The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority (EPRA) undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, acts as a lead agency in the review of environmental impact assessment (EIA) reports for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, and does technical audits of licensed petroleum and LPG facilities, investigation of accidents involving petroleum products, and development of sector regulations, as well as participation in the development of sector standards. And finally, collection, collation, and analysis of petroleum statistics. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA. Quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority (EPRA) undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority (EPRA) is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. The authority has a vision to be a leading regulator driving sustainable and clean energy and petroleum for all, with a mission of enhancing lives by ensuring that there is sustainable, cost-efficient, quality energy and petroleum. EPRA is responsible for issuing licenses as well as formulating and overseeing compliance of regulations in the electricity, renewable energy, coal and petroleum subsectors, and performs compliance checks, investigates violation of codes, standards, and regulates the energy and petroleum sectors. The authority is mandated to undertake energy planning, energy pricing and competition analysis, regulatory research and policy analysis. EPRA also has its eyes trained on the benefits for the consumer by protecting energy consumers from unfair business practices and seeking to improve energy consumers' quality of life, as well as promoting transparency and harmony in consumer relations. Additionally, the authority investigates complaints against any energy service provider or against the authority and is responsible for the formulation of standards and codes of practice in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA. Quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1988, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission (ERC). In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country.
Only buy LPG cylinders from authorized dealers. Regularly check for physical damage to your LPG cylinders, such as a dent and excessive paint peel-off. LPG hoses should be regularly checked for cracks and changed every 5 years. In case of LPG leakage, do not light any matches or switch on lights. Rather, open all windows and doors. Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA. Do not attempt.
Hey, tena leo hakuna maji kwa hii tap jameni. Kwani hii ni plot gani kila siku hakuna maji? Huyu kayateka anatupima kili aje? Hiyo ni ujinga, mimi siwezi. Huyu kayateka anapewa pesa na landlord na anakula anasiba, nadhani sisi ni wajinga. Mama Njeri.
Obiara, nilikwambia uoe, wacha makelele ya kila siku. Ni nini unashida ukipiga kelele? Bibi ni kipenzi cha roho.
Wachana na mambo ya bibi, nimepata kuna maji kwa plot na sanga hata ya kukunywa hakuna.
Kwani wewe unateta maji? Hata stima sikubiri hatujakuwa na stima.
Stima haijarudi?
Hata
maji pia hakuna?
Hakuna maji.
Kwani tunaishi wapi?
Tunaishi kwa shimo ya wanyama. Hii ni shimo ya wanyama hizi zima nduba.
Kwani huyu kiateka?
Hizi makaba zako nilikwambia ukate enda na huko. Ushaanza kwa nifanyia wewe. Wewe. Siwambia huyu nitamchapa, mwambie.
Wacheni na mambo ya kapa wewe. Hivi tutaangalia baadaye, sawa? Kuna watu nakimbizana nao hapa.
Masaji hakuna, stima hakuna maji.
Ninajua hiyo.
Kiateka.
Unafaa unaangalia hapa ni vile mtanilipa ile madeni. Mko na halo.
Madeni gani? Tulipe deni na hakuna stima, hakuna maji.
Pita watu na hafiki.
Kidogo na halo Efra. Kuna watu na wanaogana. Halo.
Kiateka. Wacha kutupima kili bwana.
Najua fundi ni yeye.
Pigia huyo mtu wako atutengenezee stima bwana. Hakuna. Wacha tuite na yeye ndiye analipa.
Wewe utalipa.
Si kamba, si kiateka.
Nani? Tumekuzoea na nani?
Nyinyi wote huku.
Hello.
Hebu acha tutengeneze stima kwanza. Hiyo vita yenu postpone.
Hebu kuja hapa kwangu, kuna kitu unataka unitengenezee.
Hiyo ni ujinga hiyo. Mimi siwezani nayo.
Na usikae. Wewe na tumezoeana na wewe mambo mingi.
Wewe ndio umenizoea.
Huyo mtu wako amefika wapi?
Anasema anakuja dakika 5 hapa.
Acha kuja tutengeneze stima bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga, tutakuwa tunafanya.
Kwani sisi ni wanyama tunaishi kwa giza, hakuna maji.
Tarehe moja titi.
Kuja.
Yako mzuri ulikuwa unatengeneza hili wapi?
Huku tuna shida ya stima na ninataka utengeneze.
Sio ndio kazi yangu. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kubwa?
Kuja.
Mama Njeri huyu ndio fundi.
Huyu ndio fundi.
Sio. Hii ni kazi nimefanya mtu wangu. Haya, nani fasta wewe.
Sawa, wacha niwaambie. Wameenda kwa wewe. Tokeni kwa stima nyinyi wewe.
Nakwambia hii kazi ya ufundi.
Utaweza
kweli? Kazi ya ufundi nilijua nikiwa kwa mimba. Kuja nikuonyesha nani. Saa zingine zipatikanangi. Unaona hii ya red. Hii ndio inaitagwa neutral. Alafu hii ya black. Si ya black. Hii ya red ndio unashikanisha na hii. Stima inawaka mara moja. Kwani tunashinda hapa? Niko na kitu kama kachuma. Kakitu unaweza fix hapa. Ka earth. Hapo unachukuaga, unakafungililia wapi? Unakafungililia hapa. Stima inawaka mara.
Unaona sasa huyu angeenda kama sijafika hapa. Na niliwaambia mgoje mtu mwenye ako certified na EPRA, si watu hivi hivi
EPRA ni nani?
Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Mtu yoyote ambayo ana handle mambo ya stima lazima akuwe certified electrician na watu wa EPRA. Huyu si kama huyu.
Na wako wapi?
Hata nilikuwa nimwambia. Wewe ya muka hujakufa wewe. Huyo si certified, huyu ni certified.
So the plot has electricity dysfunction?
Yes, man.
My name is Steve. I'm an electrical expert certified by EPRA. Okay, salute.
Na tunawambia kama kuna watu legedege hivi. Kama huyu sasa kama sija kuja hapa, angekuwa mmoja.
I guess that's it.
Fanya na watu sasa.
Hivyo.
Asante EPRA. Asante EPRA.
Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA.
Yani ya watoto walifunga tu 1 week. So tunafaa kulipa another 120,000 Kenya shillings na hii economy. Usingeka breaks kwa hii maneno. Na usiunieke chakula.
Na gas gani? Suji advice nani?
Hakuna gas. Acha nipigie mtu wa gas. Acha nipigie Kimani wa gas. Watu nao ni kupiga tu kelele hapa. Wewe na wewe kama una kengele kwako, ukifika kwa watu wako na kengele usipige mara 4. Unapiga mara moja unangoja 7 seconds. Unasikia?
Nimesikia kanalia vizuri.
Asante.
Ndio hii mali.
Haya kesho. Koja. Hii umetoa wapi?
Hapa hivi kwa Mwasi.
Hapana, lakini hii haina safety cap. Haina seal.
Labda kanianguka nikikuja, wacha nikaangalie.
Uko sure umetoa kwa nani?
Si ni kwa Mwasi.
Wako accredited by EPRA.
Hao ndio nani?
Haujui hao? Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Hao ndio wanakupatia accreditation na kupatia gas kama hizi.
Sisi labda kanjo.
Ndio unipeleke kwa Mwasi.
Mwasa hata alikufa Saturday akazikwa Monday.
Si ako na duka na iko accredited. Twende unipeleke kwa Mwasi.
Ako na harusi.
Twende unipeleke kwa.
Tusifike hapo.
Si umetoa kwa Mwasi.
Tusifike hapo.
Mr. Pesa.
Tusifike.
Twende unipeleke kwa
Mwasi.
Mwasi.
Usiongee.
Si umetoa kwa Mwasi.
Ndio nakwambia nikufanyia 2200 na usiongee.
Unipeleke kwa Mwasi. Nipeleke twende kwa Mwasi.
Tusifike hapo.
Twende kwa Mwasi. Wewe sasa lazima unionyeshe.
Ufai atakuja.
Unaita nani mkubwa wewe?
Okay sawa basi.
Unajua ni matusi wewe.
Mimi nimekuambia tungedili na huyo mtu atasia ati ni mtu.
Lazima unionyeshe ako wapi na kwa nini kwanza in fact.
Nimekuambia anazikwa Saturday. Anazikwa Saturday sasa.
Wewe lazima nikufunge hapa. Hakuna mahali unaweza toka hapo. Sasa unionyeshe kwa Mwasi ni wapi?
Sawa. Simama. Nisimamishia.
Hey, nini?
Afisa, mwambie kenye umefanya.
Stima na mimi. Stima na wewe zimefanya nini? Okay. Huyu ni nani?
Ni mtu wa stima. Nilikuwa nimemuita akuja nitengeneze stima ya socket.
Huyu hata akai anajua mambo ya stima. Ona hata ana apron.
Anaitwa Kawaya.
Kuchina si hiyo inafanya mtu anakuwa ati yeye ni mtu ya stima. Unafaa kuangalia mtu kama ako accredited by EPRA. Unajua EPRA ni nini? Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Hao ndio wanakupea certification. Huyu hata hayuko certified. Ako kama huyu. Unaona huyu? Huyu alikuwa ananiletea gas, haina seal, hana ETA receipt. Yaani gas ni fake, naenda kumweka ndani. So hata huyu tunaenda ndani useme umefanya wapi na wapi na wapi na wapi wewe. So nitakuletea mtu ako certified. Ndio maana EPRA wanasema kaa safe mtaani. So wewe kaa safe mtaani nakuja. Sasa acha tuone na hii mtu. Sawa?
Only buy LPG cylinders from authorized dealers. Regularly check for physical damage to your LPG cylinders, such as a dent and excessive paint peel-off. LPG hoses should be regularly checked for cracks and changed every 5 years. In case of LPG leakage, do not light any matches or switch on lights. Rather, open all windows and doors. Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA. buy LPG cylinders from authorized dealers. Regularly check for physical damage to your LPG cylinders, such as a dent and excessive paint peel-off. LPG hoses should be regularly checked for cracks and changed every 5 years. In case of LPG leakage, do not light any matches or switch on lights. Rather, open all windows and doors. Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363 *2 hash to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA. Do not attempt to siphon fuel from a rolled over tanker. A rolled over tanker can explode without warning and cause serious harm to people at the scene. Inhaling fumes from fuel exposes you to greater danger of internal burns if the tanker explodes and catches fire. Do not operate vehicles, motorbikes, smoke cigarettes, or use any other ignition source close to a petroleum tanker accident scene. Drivers should not drive under the influence of any drug or medicine that can cause drowsiness. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 with the responsibility for technical and economic regulation of renewable energy, electricity, petroleum and coal subsectors in Kenya.
We at EPRA, we are the regulator for the energy and petroleum sectors. We regulate the electricity and petroleum sectors from generation in electricity to transmission to distribution and eventually retail and supply of power. We also regulate the petroleum sector, the entire value chain as well, from upstream, midstream and downstream petroleum.
EPRA has launched the Car Safe Mtaani campaign, which seeks to educate Kenyans on safety while handling petroleum products and electricity.
Car Safe Mtaani was inspired by a need to drive the agenda of raising awareness what the legal and regulatory framework when it comes to the energy and petroleum sectors is, and getting people to understand how to utilize energy to drive their lives or to drive their day-to-day living and the day-to-day activities from a common mwananchi standpoint, whilst appreciating the dangers or the hazards that come with unsafe use of energy and petroleum, the common man's economy.
Consumer safety is as important as accessibility and affordability of energy. According to the 2021 report on measures to curb accidents in the electricity subsector, Kenya recorded 118 fatalities and 72 injuries caused by electrical accidents and incidents between 2020 and 2021.
Kwa majina ninaitwa Philip Kipkirui Toet, nikiwa chairman wa bodaboda Chepalungu Sub County upande wa Bomet County. Hapa nikisimama na Cosmas Korir, memba wangu wa bodaboda ambaye aliathirika na waya za stima alipokuwa akiendesha pikipiki yake. Nilikuwa one of the eyewitness, nilikuwa nikitoka Bomet kufika tu some 1 kilometer ama half a kilometer from the scene, nikaona moshi kubwa, nikaambiwa stima imechoma mtu yako ya stima ya bodaboda. Nikaisimamisha pikipiki, nikapata watu wanakimbia kupanda mlima, wengine wanakimbia all directions. Na huyu Cosmas alikuwa amerushwa kwa shamba na nguvu za umeme. Yeye bado ako very weak, hana nguvu ya kufanya kazi, na ilhali familia yake inamtegemea. Ako na watoto 4 ambao walikuwa wanamtegemea. Tegemeo yake ilikuwa hiyo bodaboda. Kitu mimi naweza ambia raia ama wakaaji ama wale wanakaa karibu na stima, wasikaribie kwa mawaya za stima ambaye wanashuku inaweza kuwa inaleta hatari. Maana hii stima saa zingine hata karibu na booster, saa zingine unasikia inanguruma, saa zingine ina spark. Sasa jambo kama hiyo ikitokea, usikaribie, inaweza kudhuru zaidi.
The rate of these accidents and incidents have increased over the years.
You find that most of the consumers in this country, electricity consumers, when they put up their structures, they put up their buildings, they don't follow the laid down procedures to get connected to electricity. And when you get those connections which are not authorized, which are not legal, sometimes they don't follow the laid down standards and procedures. And this really exposes them to a lot of safety issues. The process of licensing electrical workers and electrical contractors starts by them making an application. Nowadays we are going online, so they just go to our online portal and they make an application. And our licenses are under several categories. So when they make those applications, the applications are received, we review them, then we do what's called experience and competency assessment. So that by the time you give your license, those people are competent to do the works, and we are sure that when they do the works in those premises, the work will be carried as per the standards prevailing in this country.
LPG is touted as one of the most efficient energy sources. However, Kenyans living in both rural and urban centers have been victims of LPG explosions and accidents caused by poor handling of LPG.
It was a new cylinder. I didn't really have to check or know, but I know he sells gas in Gatundu town. Whoever sold it to me is a friend, so I just called him and he delivered to my premise. I have a small business there, so it was just an extra cylinder, and it was in the house for quite some time. Early in the morning, I woke up at around 5. I wanted to cook some tea, so I just happened to ignite the burner, and the flames just came to where I was standing, where the cylinder was. So I was lucky enough. The flames didn't get to the clothes. I was just burnt the open sides. I can't really remember what happened, but I found myself now lying on the floor. I think I was trying to run. Because of the burns, I spent 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks in hospital. It affected me financially. I couldn't go to work. I try now to be more cautious, because now I have the scars to show, and it always reminds me of that day.
Your safety is part of EPRA's mandate in consumer protection. Here's what to look out for when purchasing LPG.
1, the general appearance of the cylinder. The state of the cylinder should be good. That is, the cylinder should be free of defects. The other thing you should look at is that the cylinder should be branded. In case something happens, whom do you hold to account? The other thing you should look at is that at the neck of the cylinder, there are usually some numbers engraved on it. 1 is the serial number of the cylinder. Each cylinder should have a unique serial number, and this is for traceability again. The other thing that you should check for, which is very important, is the test date. These cylinders are pressure vessels, and they are usually tested after every 8 years. So the moment you look at the neck of the cylinder and you see a number, normally it starts with the month stroke the year the cylinder was tested. It should not be older than 8 years. The other thing that you need to look at is that the cylinder should have a seal on the valve, or if it's not a seal, it's a shrink wrap. Like for the 13 kg, these are plastic wrap you find on top of the valve, covering the valve. That is what we call a shrink wrap. So it normally has the name of the brand owner, so it should have a seal. And of course, generally once you open the seal or you cut the shrink wrap, the valve should be in good state. It should not be leaking, it should not be rusty. And of course, once you buy the cylinder, you need to request the vendor to first of all do a leak test. They will do a soap water bath, and then they will also give you, weigh the cylinder, you counter check the weight so that you get value for money. The vendor should give you a receipt with their name, the serial number of the cylinder, the size of cylinder, and the date of purchase, such that if anything happens to that cylinder, there is traceability from where you got it from.
Mimi ni mkaazi wa hapa Sachangwan. Wakati huu mkasa wa moto ulipotokea, I think tulikuwa watu wa kwanza wawili. Kuna rafiki yangu tulikuwa na yeye. kuna gari ilituletea ripoti, kuna lori imeanguka hapo chini, na mimi nilikuwa na motorbike Kingbird mpya, ilikuwa na 2 weeks old, it was 2 weeks old, ilikuwa wiki mbili tu. Sasa niliposikia petroli nikasema Mungu ametukumbuka, kwa sababu hii pikipiki inatumia petroli na itakuwa imenipunguzia gharama ya kununua petroli. Sasa mimi nikaondoka nikaenda pale kando kwa mtaro, nikasema heri kuchota kwa mtaro pale. Tulisikia tu kama bomu imelia kule nyuma, moto imelipuka. Sasa watu wengi wenye waliruka barabara pande ile ingine ndio wengi wao waliokoka. Wenye walikufa wote ni marafiki zetu, our closest friends. Marafiki ambao tulikuwa nao hiyo a minute ago, 2 minutes ago. Alafu within 5 minutes unasikia amekufa. Ili tu affect psychologically hata kwa maisha. Kwa hivyo hata maziwa, hata pombe, hata lori yote ikianguka, tujaribu sana kuepukana kukaribia na kutorokea hiyo kitu.
First responders, like the police, are the first to arrive at accident scenes. We urge the public to avoid fuel tanker accident spots. This risks your life and endangers others.
We work as a team with EPRA, and in case of any eventuality, we always call them to assist us and advise us on matters of petroleum. We always have various meetings with them, and we always agree on the way forward, on what to do. And in case of emergencies, they're always available for us, and they also give us advice on the way forward.
If found in violation of energy sector standards, codes and regulations, EPRA begins a process which includes either of or all of the following interventions.
There are instances where we issue improvement notices. These are instances where we have non-conformities which are not serious, that require just improvement. We also issue show cause letters where we don't have full information, or we want to give you an opportunity to explain why that non-compliance occurred. We also issue warning letters. We suspend licenses for a period of time. In serious cases, we revoke them. Revoking means you have to apply afresh. We also demolish or close illegal facilities with the help of the National Police Service. And in many instances, we prosecute these cases in the courts of law.
EPRA is dedicated to its role as an economic and technical regulator of petroleum, electricity, coal and renewable energy sectors in Kenya. EPRA.go.ke, the official website for the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, is accessible to Kenyans 24/7.
You'll find in the authority's database different licensees such as electrical workers, electrical contractors, solar PV technicians, petroleum and LPG licensees, energy sector regulations, among other information.
Kaa safe mtaani. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 with the responsibility for technical and economic regulation of renewable energy, electricity, petroleum and coal subsectors in Kenya.
We at EPRA, we are the regulator for the energy and petroleum sectors. We regulate the electricity and petroleum sectors from generation in electricity to transmission to distribution and eventually retail and supply of power. We also regulate the petroleum sector, the entire value chain as well, from upstream, midstream and downstream petroleum.
Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy...
Oya, leta hiyo pepa haraka tukamwe mafuta bwana. Changamkeni, masaa ni mbaya. Kwa kama hiyo kitu mbio, leta mtu mwingine chap bana, naanze kuchanganya wengine manze. Tuko chonjo mzee, kameiva.
Fuel.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. The authority has a vision to be a leading regulator driving sustainable and clean energy and petroleum for all, with a mission of enhancing lives by ensuring that there is sustainable, cost-efficient, quality energy and petroleum. EPRA is responsible for issuing licenses as well as formulating and overseeing compliance of regulations in the electricity, renewable energy, coal and petroleum subsectors, and performs compliance checks, investigates violation of codes, standards, and regulates the energy and petroleum sectors. The authority is mandated to undertake energy planning, energy pricing and competition analysis, regulatory research and policy analysis. EPRA also has its eyes trained on the benefits for the consumer by protecting energy consumers from unfair business practices and seeking to improve energy consumers' quality of life, as well as promoting transparency and harmony in consumer relations. Additionally, the authority investigates complaints against any energy service provider or against the authority and is responsible for the formulation of standards and codes of practice in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. EPRA issues licenses and permits to energy sector service providers, as well as enforcing compliance, investigation of complaints, and is responsible for setting electricity tariffs and fuel prices. EPRA is responsible for energy planning, competition analysis, regulatory research, and policy analysis that supports the growth of the sector and protects the consumer. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, acts as a lead agency in the review of environmental impact assessment (EIA) reports, for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities and does technical audits of licensed petroleum and LPG facilities, investigation of accidents involving petroleum products, and development of sector regulations, as well as participation in the development of sector standards. And finally, collection, collation, and analysis of petroleum statistics. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits for proposed petroleum. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, develops regulations on renewable energy and energy efficiency, among them being to encourage the adoption of efficient electric appliances through enforcement of minimum energy performance standards for selected appliances, such as guiding the public on the efficiency of refrigerators, non-ducted air conditioners, compact fluorescent lamps, and self-ballast lamps during purchase using star-based energy labels, and enhancement of energy management practices in industrial, commercial, and institutional facilities through the support of EPRA-accredited energy auditors, energy managers, and energy service companies. It doesn't stop there. The authority protects the end users of solar photovoltaic components and systems from substandard products and ensures quality solar system installations by licensing solar installers and companies involved in the manufacture, importation, design, and installation of solar components and systems. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, acts as a lead agency in the review of environmental impact assessment (EIA) reports for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, and does technical audits of licensed petroleum and LPG facilities, investigation of accidents involving petroleum products, and development of sector regulations, as well as participation in the development of sector standards. And finally, collection, collation, and analysis of petroleum statistics. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life.
Hey, tena leo hakuna maji kwa hii tap jameni. Kwani hii ni plot gani kila siku hakuna maji? Huyu kayateka anatupima kili aje? Hiyo ni ujinga, mimi siwezi. Huyu kayateka anapewa pesa na landlord na anakula anasiba, nadhani sisi ni wajinga. Mama Njeri.
Obiara, nilikwambia uoe, wacha makelele ya kila siku. Ni nini unashida ukipiga kelele? Bibi ni kipenzi cha roho.
Wachana na mambo ya bibi, nimepata kuna maji kwa plot na sanga hata ya kukunywa hakuna.
Kwani wewe unateta maji? Hata stima sikubiri hatujakuwa na stima.
Stima haijarudi?
Hata
maji pia hakuna?
Hakuna maji.
Kwani tunaishi wapi?
Tunaishi kwa shimo ya wanyama. Hii ni shimo ya wanyama, hizi si madupa.
Kwani huyu kiateka?
Hizi makaba zako nilikwambia ukate enda na huko. Umevizaa ushaka kwa nakifanyia wewe. Si wapia huyu nitamchapa, mwambie sisi.
Wacheni na mambo ya kaba wewe. Hivi tutaangalia baadaye, sawa? Kwa watu nakibizana nao hapa.
Masaji hakuna, stima hakuna maji.
Ninajua hiyo.
Kiateka.
Unafaa kunaangalia hapa ni vile mtanilipa ile madeni. Mko na halo.
Madeni gani? Tulipe deni na kuna stima, kuna maji.
Pita watu na hafiki.
Kidogo na halo Efra. Kuna watu na wanaogana.
Kiateka. Wacha kutupima kili bwana.
Najua fundi ni yeye, ninaita.
Pigia huyo mtu wako atutengenezee stima bwana. Hakuna. Wacha tuite na yeye ndiye analipa.
Wewe utalipa.
Si kamba, si kiateka.
Nani? Tumekuzoea na nani?
Nyinyi wote huku.
Hello.
Hebu acha tutengeneze stima kwanza. Hiyo vita yenu postpone.
Hebu kuja hapa kwangu, kuna kitu nataka unitengenezee.
Hiyo ni ujinga hiyo. Mimi siwezani nayo.
Na usikae. Wewe na tumezoeana na wewe mambo mingi.
Wewe ndio umenizoea.
Huyo mtu wako amefika wapi?
Anasema anakuja dakika 5 hapa.
Wacha kuja tutengeneze stima bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga tutakuwa tunafanya.
Kwani sisi ni wanyama tunaishi kwa giza, hakuna maji.
Tarehe moja ttt.
Kuja.
Yako mzuri ulikuwa unatengeneza hili hapa.
Huku tuna shida ya stima na ninataka utengeneze.
Sio ndio kazi yangu. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kubwa?
Kuja.
Mama Njeri huyu ndio fundi.
Huyu ndio fundi.
Sio. Hii ni kazi nimefanya mtu wangu.
Haya.
Na ni fasta wewe.
Sawa, wacha niwaambie. Wameenda kwa wewe. Tokeni kwa stima nyinyi wewe.
Nakwambia hii kazi ya ufundi.
Utaweza
kweli. Kazi ya ufundi nilijua nikiwa kwa mimba. Kuja nikuonyesha nani. Saa zingine zipatikanangi. Unaona hii ya red. Hii ndio inaitagwa neutral. Alafu hii ya black, si ya black. Hii ya red ndio unashikanisha na hii. Stima inawaka mara moja. Kwani tunashinda hapa? Mko na kitu kama kachuma. Kakitu naweza fix hapa. Ka earth. Hapo unachukuanga, unakafungililia wapi? Unakafungililia hapa. Stima inawaka mara moja.
Unaona sasa huyu angeenda kama sijafika hapa. Na niliwaambia mgoje mtu mwenye ako certified na EPRA, si watu hivi Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Mtu yoyote ambayo ana handle mambo ya stima lazima akuwe certified electrician na watu wa EPRA. Huyu si kama huyu.
Na wako wapi?
Hata nilikuwa nimwambia. Wewe amuka hujakufa wewe. Huyo si certified, huyu ni certified.
So the block has electricity dysfunction? Yes, man. My name is Steve. I'm an electrical expert certified by EPRA. Okay, shall we?
Na tunawaambia kuna watu legedege hivi. Kama huyu hata kama sijakuja hapa angekuwa Mungu. Fanya na watu certified. Hivyo. Asante EPRA.
Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA.
Tena leo hakuna maji kwa hii tap jameni. Kwani hii ni plot gani kila siku hakuna maji? Huyu kayateka anatupima kili aje? Hiyo ni ujinga, mimi siwezi. Huyu kayateka anapewa pesa na landlord na anakula anasiba, nadhani sisi ni wajinga. Mama Njeri.
Obiara, nilikwambia uoe, wacha makelele ya kila siku. Ni nini unashida ukipiga kelele? Bibi ni kipenzi cha roho.
Wachana na mambo ya bibi, nimepata kuna maji kwa plot na sanga hata ya kukunywa hakuna.
Kwani wewe unateta maji? Hata stima sikubiri hatujakuwa na stima.
Stima haijarudi?
Hata
maji pia hakuna?
Hakuna maji.
Kwani tunaishi wapi?
Tunaishi kwa shimo ya wanyama. Hii ni shimo ya wanyama, hizi si madupa.
Kwani huyu kiateka?
Hizi makaba zako nilikwambia ukate hata na huko. Umevifanya ushaka kwa nakifanyia wewe. Si wapia huyu nitamchapa, mwambie sisi.
Wacheni na mambo ya kaba wewe. Hivi tutaangalia baadaye, sawa? Kwa watu nakibizana nao hapa.
Masaji hakuna, stima hakuna maji.
Ninajua hiyo.
Kiateka.
Unafaa kuangalia hapa ni vile mtanilipa ile madeni. Mko na halo.
Madeni gani? Tulipe deni na hakuna stima, hakuna maji.
Pita watu na hafiki.
Kidogo na halo EPRA. Kuna watu na wanaogana.
Halo. Kiateka. Wacha kutupima kili bwana. Pigia huyo mtu wako atutengenezee stima bwana. Hakuna. Wacha tuite na yeye ndiye analipa.
Wewe utalipa.
Si kamba, si kiateka.
Nani? Tumekuzoea na nani?
Nyinyi wote huku.
Hello.
Hebu acha tutengeneze stima kwanza. Hiyo vita yenu postpone.
Hebu kuja hapa kwangu, kuna kitu nataka unitengenezee.
Hiyo ni ujinga hiyo. Mimi siwezani nayo.
Na usikae. Wewe na tumesoeana na wewe mambo mingi. Wewe ndio umenizoea.
Huyo mtu wako amefika wapi?
Anasema anakuja dakika 5 hapa.
Acha kuja tutengeneze stima bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga tutakuwa tunafanya.
Kwani sisi ni wanyama tunaishi kwa giza, hakuna maji.
Tarehe moja tititi.
Kuja.
Yako mzuri ulikuwa unatengeneza hili hapa.
Huku tuna shida ya stima na ninataka utengeneze.
Sio ndio kazi yangu. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kubwa?
Kuja.
Mama Njeri huyu ndio fundi.
Huyu ndio fundi.
Sio. Hii ni kazi nimefanya mtu wangu.
Haya.
Nani faster wewe.
Sawa, wacha niwaambie. Wameenda kwa wewe. Tokeni kwa stima nyinyi wewe.
Nakwambia hii kazi ya ufundi.
Utaweza
kweli. Kazi ya ufundi nilijua nikiwa kwa mimba. Kuja nikuonyeshe nani. Saa zingine zipatikanangi. Unaona hii ya red. Hii ndio inaitagwa neutral. Alafu hii ya black, si ya black. Hii ya red ndio unashikanisha na hii. Stima inawaka mara moja. Kwani tunashinda hapa? Niko na kitu kama kachuma. Kakitu naweza fix hapa. Ka earth. Hapo unachukuanga, unakafungililia wapi? Unakafungililia hapa. Stima inawaka mara moja.
Unaona sasa huyu angeenda kama sijafika hapa. Na niliwaambia mgoje mtu mwenye ako certified na EPRA, si watu hivi Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Mtu yoyote ambayo ana handle mambo ya stima lazima akuwe certified electrician na watu wa EPRA. Huyu si kama huyu.
Na wako wapi?
Hata nilikuwa nimwambia. Wewe amuka hujakufa wewe. Huyo si certified, huyu ni certified.
So the broadcast electricity dysfunction? My name is Steve. I'm an electrical expert certified by EPRA. Okay.
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1988, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission ERC. In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability, and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We'd like to start our program, and we are sorry we are starting a bit late. We would have liked to start at about 8:30, but we are sure that we are going to catch up with time. So we apologize for that, that slip up in time, but we'll be able to catch up with what we are supposed to be doing. We'd like to start our meeting now, and I would like to recognize representatives from the county government who are here with us today. I would also like to recognize EPRA board member, Mr. Mwakule, who is here to represent the board of EPRA. I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. John Mutua, who is representing the EPRA Director General, who is not here with us today. We have some board members from Kenya Power. We also have Engineer Geoffrey Muli. I don't know whether he's here with us. He's represented. Representatives from other agencies in the sector, Ketraco, Kengen, REREC, and others. Other stakeholders from various sectors of our economy, civil society organizations, and members of the public. Good morning once again. Let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank you for taking time off your busy schedules to be with us here today. The matter at hand is a matter of public interest, and we appreciate that you've been able to leave your programs and come and be with us here. Please feel appreciated. My name is Immaculate Mwende, and I'll be moderating this first part of the program. And I would suggest that we start with a word of prayer, and then thereafter we shall remain upstanding for our first stanza of the national anthem. And I'd ask our representative from the participants, especially from Mombasa, to pray for us. A volunteer. Volunteer from this county. Thank you, ma'am.
Let one and all arise.
I see we are not many, so we would like to have a round of introduction so that we know who is represented, because when we start taking the comments from the plenary, we would like to know who was present and who has been present in this meeting. So let's start from the far end. When you stand up, please say your name and the organization you represent. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Libese from Kenya Power, Mombasa.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Kipkoech, KPLC Mombasa.
Good morning. My name is John Jenga, KPLC Mombasa.
Good morning. My name is Ann Siamo, KPLC Mombasa.
Good morning. My name is Muhyiddin, Bash Holias Limited.
Good morning. My name is Saida, Bash Holias Limited.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Ngaho from Kenya Power, Nairobi.
Morning. My name is Immaculate Kubai, Kenya Power, Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Modest Mdawida, Pride in Paradise.
Good morning. My name is Saidu Kasha from Subira Ship Contractors.
Good morning. My name is Rahim Abbas Hassan from Magram Butchery.
Good morning. Said Mohammed, Subira Shipping Contractors.
Morning. My name is Anderson Kalama from Ujirani Mwema Welfare Group, Makande.
Okello Priscilla, Sanita Investments.
Good morning. Nicholas Nono from Obati Rolling Mills.
Good morning. My name is Bonamku Mahmoud from African Gas and Oil.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Kenyathuku from Total Energies, Mombasa.
Good morning. My name is Jan Mwawasi from EPRA.
Caroline Kimathi, EPRA.
Good morning. My name is Osin Kagiri from EPRA.
Good morning, everyone. Raymond Sir, EPRA.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Dungo, EPRA.
Good morning. My name is Sitaram, Standard Rolling Mills, Nyumba Group.
Morning. My name is Firal from Corrugated Sheet Limited.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy Obumba from Baobab Beach Resort, Ukunda.
Good morning. My name is Monica Solanki, Lofty Safaris and Kato, Kenya Association to Operator Board, Member Coast.
Good morning. Vipin Gupta. I'm from Consult.
Good morning. My name is Muthukrishnan. I'm from Mombasa Cement Vipingo.
Good morning. I'm Kenneth Yabere, Nyumba Group, Mombasa.
Morning, I'm Zach Kolwach from Mombasa, Oxbow.
Good morning, my name is Alice Wahome, Shikara Limited, Nyali.
Good morning, my name is Jonathan Bindio, Shikara Limited, Nyali.
Good morning, James Muli, Biotech.
Good morning, my name is Omar, Public Sector.
Morning, Salim Hamed from Bambusa Contract.
Good morning, Irene Okoth from African Cotton.
Good morning, I'm Mohammed from Bestetene.
Good morning, Christopher Mtunga, Grain Bulk Handlers.
Good morning, my name is Nasir Sabir, Bahar Electrical.
Good morning, Margaret Otieno, Public Sector.
Good morning, I'm John Nyongesa Mwanjala, Smartcom Technical Services Electrical Contractor.
Morning, my name is Shadrach Mutinda, Shamson Technical Solutions Limited.
Good morning, my name is Gloria Mwanzi, Hotel Keepers and Caterers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eda Soi from Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers and Caterers.
Mike Marithi from Kenya Association of Tour Operators.
Good morning, Susan Getao, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Which are we going?
Good morning, my name is Zabloni Munyika from Coast Water Works Development Agency.
Good morning, my name is Engineer Dia Mutonga from Synchron Consult Associates. Thank you.
My name is George Mwakule, an independent director of EPRA.
My name is Salma Hadiza Hamiza from PWD representatives. Yes. Good morning all. My name is Kevin, representative of the PWDs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wawero Karanja. I work for EPRA.
Good morning, my name is John Mutua, also from EPRA.
Good morning, my name is Joseph Okech, also from EPRA.
Good morning, my name is Eunice Carissa from Kazo General Supplies.
Good morning, my name is Celestine Donji from Kazo General Supplies.
Morning, I'm Walter Mtindi from Wegesco Engineering Services.
Good morning, I'm Pauline Musiko from KNCCI.
Good morning, my name is Anaima Jaradi from KNCCI.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Kungu, EPLI Mombasa office.
Ketingao, Ngamka Electrical Contractor.
Good morning. I'm Jafet Mwakio from Electroideal Enterprises.
Good morning, Patricia Mbugwa, Kengen.
Good morning, Yusuf Hussein, Kenya Power.
I'm Jamoni, Chris Gakuya, Kenya Power.
Good morning, Joseph Cairo, Kenya Power.
Good morning, Ibtisam Abud, African Gas and Oil.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I was Brave from Kizingo Butchery Limited.
Yes, good morning everyone. My name is Engineer Kimota William from Kengen.
Good morning. My name is William Gisairo from Kensalt.
I'm Jambo, Kiaria Patrick, Kensalt Limited.
Good morning. I'm Hamida Isa from Women Land Rights Movement.
Good morning. I'm James Menza, Energy Officer from Kilifi County.
Good morning. I'm Grace Nyazi from Energy Offices.
Good morning. My name is Wilfred Bayer, Director Energy Kilifi County Government. Thank you.
Good morning, Imelda Bore, KPLC.
Good morning, Dr. Engineer Joseph Siror, Ketraco.
Good morning, Logan Christie, a director at KPLC.
Good morning, Engineer Benson Mwakina, Director KPLC.
Good morning, my name is Albert Mugo, Director KPLC.
And mine is Humphrey Mohu, a Director KPLC. Thank you.
Good morning, John Ihodia, KPLC.
I'm Jabo Charles Moora, KPLC.
Good morning, Engineer Agri Machasio, Kenya Power. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Batista Kingori, Kenya Power.
Good morning, Christopher Shibuyanga, Kenya Power.
I'm Jambo, Samson Ondiek, Kenya Power.
Good morning, Stephen Vikiru, Kenya Power.
Good morning, Christine Wangesh.
Hamjambo, kwa majina naitwa Kamau Mushero kutoka Ashkib Enterprises Mtwapa.
Good morning, Samson Akuto, Ketraco.
Good morning, Florence Pett, Solution Based HSC Consultant.
Good morning, Samuel Kimaro from Steprite Products Limited.
Good morning, I'm Deborah from Doshi Medtech.
Henry Ngunjiri, Yeshua Solar.
Hamjambo, Tabitha Njuguna, APRA Office Mombasa.
Hamjambo, Benjamin Wanyonyi, Electra Deal Enterprises Limited.
Assalamu alaikum. Majina ni Hamisi, Hatch Electric Mombasa.
Good morning, Atman Mwasifa, Sifa Power Links Contractor.
Good morning, my name is Geoffrey Mashugu, Total Energies Kenya.
Thank you for that introduction, long but very necessary. At this point, I would like to ask Mr. Wilfred Mbaya from Kilifi County, Department of Energy, to say something and maybe also welcome us to the Jumuiya ya Pwani area because we do not have representation from Mombasa. So Mr. Mbaya, please come and say something so that we can feel at home. Kilifi na Mombasa wanakaribiana, so ni kama brothers too. Sandy.
Thank you for that opportunity. And may first say, karibuni Pwani, karibuni Mombasa. Hapa mko nyumbani, tunaongea lugha moja. Energy is one of the key devolved functions that the county governments within the coast region and in Kenya that are implementing. the county governments are mandated to undertake county energy planning, county energy regulation and licensing, and county energy operations. And that means the exercise that we are undertaking today is part and parcel of what the county governments and the people needs to be aware of what is happening. The decisions and the discussions that we are going to have here, they will be affecting the county governments and they will be affecting all the consumers. I'm talking about the county governments because of the issue of street lighting, which Mombasa County, it is an issue that they're addressing. Kilifi County and all the counties in the coast region were addressing. The tariffs that have been set in place, in one way or another, they're going to affect us. And when I pick from history, the debate and the discussions that the previous governors were having with street lighting, we were experiencing an issue of double investments because of the high cost of electricity on the street lighting. And what we are looking forward is to have an environment, a situation whereby both the two levels of government, we can work together in harmony. And I think I want to congratulate EPRA for organizing this meeting, because today is an opportunity for us to have a dialogue, to discuss and come up with ways and resolutions that all of us we will be in addendum and agree unto it. And I think after all these discussions, what the report that will come out, I think the county governments, we will be able to own the report and implement it as the way it will be required. So without saying much, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all here. Feel free, give your comments, and I think even after here, if there will be any further deliberations, I think we will liaise with EPRA and see how best we can collect your views. So karibuni sana Mombasa na kuweni huru. Asante sana Immaculate.
Asante sana, Bwana Wilfred. Let's appreciate him with a better clap. Thank you. I would like to introduce the sign language interpreter for this meeting. I didn't introduce her from the beginning. Her name is Abigail Ndunda, and she'll be with us all the way up to the end of the program. Nduta, Abigail Nduta. Thank you for that. I would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Barnabas Ngeno, who is a board member of EPRA. He's just come in. Karibu sana Bwana Ngeno. I'd also like to recognize the acting MD of Kenya Power, Engineer Geoffrey Muli, who is with us. Asante. And at this point, I'd like to call upon Dr. John Mutua, who is standing in for EPRA's Director General. Mr. Daniel Kipto is not able to be with us here today, but Daktari will present his message and we shall move on from there. Daktari.
Thank you, Immaculate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, watu wa Mombasa. So I'll be reading the speech that was to be read by the DG this morning. But before I do that, I want to recognize the regional manager for EPRA in Mombasa, Engineer Patrick Nkogo. You can stand. Yeah, that is our regional manager in charge of the region here. You can have a seat. So from the introductions, I've observed that we have a diversity of representations. I know even the other counties, Mombasa, Kwale, Lamu, Tana River is also here. And Tana River, Taita Taveta, if they come, we will recognize them when they come. Yeah, so I will be reading the speech. This is a speech of the Director General EPRA, Daniel Kipto Balgoria, during the Kenya Power Tariff, Detailed Tariff Application Public Hearings. Industry stakeholders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be gathered here with you to engage on the retail tariff application submitted to us by Kenya Power and Lighting Company on behalf of the energy sector. KPLD submitted the proposal for a review to the retail tariff for the tariff control period 2022-23 to 2025-26. As part of our mandate, we are conducting public hearings to gather views from the public on this proposal. This is to ensure that your voices are part of the tariff and that the final review tariff will be fair to both consumers and investors, and that will ensure sustainability and business continuity across the sector. So, as you can hear, we have received the application. No determination has yet to be made. This is the last stakeholder meeting we are going to have with the counties, and of course we'll proceed from there. EPRA is responsible for setting, reviewing, and adjusting electric power tariffs and tariff structures according to Section 11C of the Energy Act. Our duty as a regulator, therefore, is to act as a referee in the retail tariff making process and ensure set tariffs take into consideration customers, investors, and the sector needs in a clear and unbiased way. The existing tariffs for January 2022 to December 2022 were derived from approved tariffs for the third tariff control period, which only covered 1 year, from 1st of July 2018 to June 2019. However, the time review of retail tariff did not happen due to competing sector priorities. In January 2022, there was only a partial downward review of the base tariff, despite the increase of costs in running of the power system. Of course, there have been discussions with the World Bank, the IMF, our development partners, and sector stakeholders on how we can be able to achieve financial sustainability of the sector. And in January last year, the power utilities slashed the electricity bills by 15%, with PV of easing the cost of living for Kenyans. However, this move widened the company's liquidity gap to about 26.3 billion annually, making additional costs untenable. On 13 October 2022, EPRA requested KPLC to submit a retail tariff application by October 31st of the same year. This was done to ensure enough time for the application to be reviewed and for stakeholders to engage. Normally, the law requires us that we have to receive an application from the utilities whenever a need for tariff arises. The objective of these tariffs are focused on 3 areas, touching on economic policy, financial policy, and social policy. The economic policy is focused on ensuring efficient resource allocation by setting retail tariffs that reflect the prudently incurred costs of the various players in the supply chain. Consumers are expected to pay only the costs that are necessary for the efficient functioning of the sector. On the other hand, the financial policy aims to ensure short-term and long-term financial sustainability of the sector utilities through tariffs that allow for the recovery of costs, while the social policy also plays a role by relocating costs among consumers in order to protect vulnerable groups. And that's why we have special tariffs like the Lifeline tariffs that are targeted towards the low-income households. The authority is supposed to make, of course, the approval not less than 45 days before the proposed effective date. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go through this public participation process, I want to assure you that EPRA is committed to ensuring that the interests of the consumers and the sustainability of the entire electricity sector system will be considered in our decision-making process. We understand that any increase in tariffs can have significant impact on the cost of living for many Kenyans, and we want to ensure that any such increase would be reasonable and justifiable. We are concerned of the fact that the electricity value chain incurs significant costs associated with the provision of electricity to all Kenyans, and that as a country there is need to continue to attract investment in the power sector. We want to ensure the public that and all stakeholders that our final determination on the application will consider the customer and investor, as well as revenue requirements in the entire power value chain, of course with a view to ensuring security of supply in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I encourage you to participate in these public hearings and share your thoughts and concerns with us. Your inputs are valuable and will be taken into consideration as we make our final decision on the retail tariff proposal. As we move forward, we will continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that the country sector is secure, cost-effective, and sustainable to all citizens. Thank you for your time and attention. And just to add to the speech by the Director General that we appreciate your coming, the diversity of consumers that are here I know there are consumers who have come in capacity as a consumer of the power sector. We have organized groups like Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Hoteliers Association. I know KEPSA, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance memberships are also here. And as you have heard during the introductions, we do have the directors of KPLC. It's important they are also here so that they can understand the issues that will be raised here from the horse's mouth. You know, it's important that we listen to what wananchi wanasema. And also the directors of EPRA are also represented here. So we are looking forward to a day where the citizens and the consumers of electricity in this country will be able to make known their voice to us. And as a regulator, we are a referee, so we are the bridge between the, the consumers and also the suppliers of electricity. And we want to be fair and unbiased in this process. KPLC will be making a presentation, and one thing that you will notice is that they are not making their own presentation. They are requesting for a revenue for the entire electricity sector. And you'll see KPLC takes 30%, 70% of what they will be asking goes to pay for other revenue requirements in the supply chain. So let's listen, let's engage with the presentation, and feel free to ask questions, comment, also give us proposals and recommendations on how we can improve the tariff review making process. So with that, I would like to invite the Acting Managing Director, Kenya Power, to come and make their case. You know, this is their day. This is not the regulator's day. For us, we are listening as they make a presentation, and as a citizen of these counties of Jumuiya Pwani, listen and make their comments. And we are here listening and taking comments. We are recording also, and to appreciate the ones who are watching online. We are streaming live on Facebook and our YouTube channels to reach as many people as we can across the country. So with that, asanteni sana and God bless you. Engineer Muli. You can clap for me, watu wa Mombasa.
Thank you, sir.
Directors of Kenya Power and IPRA present, management teams from IPRA, Kenya Power, sector agencies, KETRACO, KenGen, REREC, who are present. On their behalf, I want to say thank you, people from Coast, for welcoming us. I can see that you have come in large numbers. And with us, I know there is representation from contractors. We have large consumers of electricity. We also have organized groups. We also have with us representatives of the county governments and the public at large, including the invited guests. Let me start by telling you good morning. As you have heard from my counterpart from IPRA, we are here to make a case about the application that we did as KPLC to IPRA in response to a request we received from IPRA asking us to make an application on behalf of the sector so that it can be subjected to this process, and in the end, we come up with a tariff that takes care of everybody in the country. And that is why we are here this morning. We did submit the application to them in October last year, and they have been reviewing it and going through it. And at this time, it is now being subjected to public participation. We have been to almost every part of the country with this, and today we are having the last public meeting on this. So I am going to make this representation on behalf of the sector, as you will see, and then in the end, you'll be given an opportunity to make your comments or to ask questions. The first slide that I have is showing the relationships in the sector. It's showing Kenya Power on the left as the only off-taker of electricity produced in the country. Then after Kenya Power takes that electricity, Kenya Power is responsible for paying all the generators the power that they produce. And then after that, Kenya Power sells this electricity to customers. The agencies who are responsible in this sector, we have Kenchen, who generate power and sell to Kenya Power. Then we have independent power producers who also generate power and sell to Kenya Power. We also have Ketraco. Ketraco, they offer transmission services to Kenya Power. Then we have REREC. REREC develop lines and connect customers in the rural areas, and thereafter hand over those customers to Kenya Power to be able to operate and run those networks and collect revenues on behalf of the government. REREC is also involved in generation. They have a solar plant in Garissa. They also generate power and sell to Kenya Power. We have GDC who develop steam wells for geothermal generation, and then that steam is sold to Kengen, and soon we are going to see that steam being sold to IPPs. We also have financiers who support the entire sector. Most of the projects undertaken by these sector agencies are supported by financiers. We have shareholders who have invested in these companies, including the government. There are also service providers who provide services to these agencies, and all these expect to be paid for the services that they offer, and they also expect return on investment. This is a mandate of the sector. The sector is involved in exploration and generation of power. Here we have GDC, who are mainly involved in exploration and drilling of geothermal wells. Kengen and IPPs, who are also involved in generation. Then the other mandate of the sector is to be able to transmit the power that has been generated and distribute to customers. And here in transmission and distribution, we have Ketraco, who own a number of transmission lines in the country, and KPLC, who are further involved in distribution of power. Then we have grid operation and management. Currently, Kenya Power is a system operator, and Kenya Power, we have national control, which looks at dispatch of power in the country and grid management in the country. Then we have retail of electricity, and again here, KPLC is a main retailer of electricity. We have other small ones, but the number of customers they have are much smaller. But Kenya Power is a main retailer of electricity. Then there is also customer service that is handling issues to do with customers. Kenya Power happens to be the customer-facing agency in the sector, although the power is generated and transmitted by other agencies. This is how the key statistics of the sector looks like. The installed capacity, number one, we are talking about the installed capacity in the country. It stands at 3,322 megawatts. This is including the imports from Ethiopia and Uganda. Out of this, the effective generation capacity as of December 2022 was 2,967 megawatts. Out of that installed capacity, the available capacity during peak number 4 is 2,235, while peak demand number 3 is 2,149. That one tells us that our reserve margin as a country stands at 4%. That is a very dangerous place to be during peak, because what it means is that if we have a problem with one machine, some customers will have to go without electricity. The best place to be as a country is to be between 15 and 20. If you have reserve margin of 15 and 20, you are in a safe place, because you have a headroom to maneuver. The number of units purchased in terms of gigawatt hours in the year 2021-2022, 12,653 gigawatt hours. And the total sales over the same period, 9,813. That gives us losses of 22.44%. In the entire network, the high voltage and medium voltage lines, that is from 11 kilovolts to 22 kilovolts, in the year 2021-2022 stands at 89,000 kilometers, with a customer base of 9 million as of December 2022. This is how the generation sources look like. Geothermal is highest in our country at 950 megawatts. That is the installed capacity. Hydro 839, that is the installed capacity, although currently the water levels are very low and we are getting very little, less than 50%. We are almost at 25. Wind, 436 megawatts. Then we also have biomass, 2 megawatts. Solar, 2010 megawatts. Then thermal, these are the heavy fuels and jet fuel at 646 megawatts. Now, this is how the dispatch mix looks like. The slide that slide shows the sources, the installed capacity. But now we look at how the dispatch stands currently. That is as of December 2022. And geothermal is the highest at 49%, followed by hydro at 20%. You see the difference between geothermal and hydro is very big in terms of dispatch, but in terms of installed capacity, they are very close. This is because the water levels in the dams is very low because of the challenges of weather that we have had. Then we have wind. Wind stands at 13%. Then we have thermal diesels, which are at 11%. Solar 4%. We also import from Ethiopia and Uganda, standing at 2%. The areas which are very far from the grid, we have off-grid power stations, and the total dispatch from them is 1%. Out of this, you can see 86% of the total dispatch is clean energy. We have picked out the first diagram is showing us how the peak demand has continued to grow from July 2020 to December 2022. As of July 2020, the peak demand was 1,887, but as of December 2022, the peak demand has shot to 2,149. What this one is telling us is that the demand for electricity in the country is growing. The next table is showing us at energy mix on during peak on a typical day. The lowest below you have color green. This one is showing us our contribution of the amount of wind dispatch that we have during peak. Then the orange one. I don't know whether it's orange or red. No, should be orange. Pink. They always say that we are colorblind. So pink it stands for geothermal. You can see during that time we have a lot of dispatch on geothermal. Then at the same time, the blue is the hydro. What we normally do, because the hydrology is very low in the dams, we reserve that water because you can reserve it. And during the peak, when everybody is demanding for electricity, we dispatch at that time. Then when we are not able to supply our customers from the clean sources during peak, that is when you can see the black there. The black in the diagram is thermal. That is the time now we are forced to push in the thermals so that we can keep all the customers on. But on top, you can see some red color. I think that's red. I'm right. The top color.
Orange.
What?
That's orange.
Eh? I'll listen to the ladies. Okay, keep quiet. Orange. The top color. Orange, the ladies have spoken. Yes, that shows sometimes when the system is not able to supply everyone, instead of collapsing, it releases some customers. So that red shows the time when the system is not able to give everybody power, some customers are released. Because of that problem I mentioned over there, that the difference between available generation and demand is 4%. So when you have a small problem, some customers are left off. And then when the system stabilizes, they are brought back automatically by the system. Because the system is self-protecting. And that's why you have that orange on top. Now, this is how the network has developed from 2020, from 2012 to 2022. That is in the last 10 years. The high voltage and medium voltage lines have grown from 47,000 kilometers to 89,000 kilometers. These are transmission lines owned by KETRACO and KPLC. Then the medium voltage lines owned by KPLC. The substations have grown from 264 to 345. These are substations owned by KETRACO and also KPLC. Then the low voltage lines have grown from 132 to 200,000 kilometers. Then the customers over the same period have grown from 2 million to 9 million as of December 2022. This has come as a result of a lot of network expansion that has been done, connectivity projects to reach more customers and to stabilize the grid. And what this means is that we need to do much more in this area so that we can improve the quality of supply, improve reliability, improve also the system efficiency and network flexibility. I know there are a number of projects going on in the country. Here in costs, we know that we have challenges of power supply, but there are a number of projects which are going on to ensure that the issue of quality is addressed across the country. The main project that is going on here, we have the Mariakani substation, which is being done, 400 to 220. We expect that to help us to dispatch power from Okaria, the one from Ethiopia, and the one from Lake Turkana, so that we can get sufficient capacity in cost, so that we can address the issue of reliability. I know there are other smaller projects, lines of 220, which are being done, substations which are being done around, to ensure that we address the issue of quality. In the area of flexibility, our aim is to get to what we call N-1, such that if we remove one line for maintenance, you can be served from another line. If we have a problem in a small portion of the line, we can be able to transfer customers to an alternative, even as we maintain the one which is having a challenge. And that is why we are making this application, so that we can be able to address the issues of reliability and quality, because it's very critical. When I was being taught customer service, I was told that customer satisfaction is a moving target. Formerly, I used to get calls when customers lose power for days. The other day, I was called by a customer and he told me, "Bwana MD, I've been without power for the last 20 minutes. That means that customer expectations are going up. They used to call the MD when they lose power for days. They used to call the MD when they lose power for hours. But now they are calling the MD when they lose power for minutes. Others are calling the MD when they get a flicker, because they rarely get flickers. Formerly, people could get used to going without power for many days. But now, even a flicker. In fact, I got a visitor in my office as she was carrying a paper, and then she told me that we have suffered for the last 1 year. Then she was holding a list of the number of blackouts. Then I discovered the highest number of blackouts she has gotten in a month are 3. But she has recorded for the whole year, and she has told me that we have suffered. You know what that one is telling us? Customer expectations is a moving target. And when I looked at the number of hours they have lost power in a month, they could not total 8 hours. The highest was 7 hours, totaling a month. But that one is making a customer book an appointment with the MD. What is that one telling us? Customer satisfaction is a moving target. And as for us as a sector, we cannot afford to remain behind. We need to be able to invest in this area. We need to be able to invest in modernization, such that we have remote controlled air brake switches, which we have introduced in Mombasa and Nairobi. These ones are intended to help us remotely operate the network from the control center, such that we don't have to waste a lot of time for somebody to go and open a switch, go and open another switch when they are doing troubleshooting. We are able to carry out those operations from the control center. This one we expect it to help us to reduce downtimes and improve customer satisfaction. We have been able to do this in Nairobi. We have done this a bit in Mombasa, and we intend to roll it out across the country. We have had cases where our technicians drive 60 kilometers to go and carry out an operation. We want to do that remotely across the country. We have had a number of initiatives to connect customers. We were targeting to get universal access, every customer to be connected to electricity by the year 2026, but now we are targeting by the year 2028. I will have this slide corrected. If you look at the map of Kenya, you realize that we have a lot of grid network on the lower part of the country, but on the upper part of the country, we have some dots. In the upper part of the country, we have what we call isolated power stations. We have had 33 of them, which are serving customers up there. The desire initially was to take the grid to that part of the country, but realizing that it is expensive and it may take time, we have come up with initiatives of connecting those customers through mini grids and standalone power stations. We are targeting to do 120 in the next 2 years, so that the customers in the underserved counties, which are very far from the grid, can be reached via mini grids. Here in Coast, I think we have 2 or 3 counties which have some portions which will benefit from that project of COSAP. As I had said, we've been able to achieve 9 million customers, and this one has given us electricity access of between 75% to 85%. This is how the customer spread looks like. Our domestic customers, out of the 9 million, are 8.7 million customers. Small and medium customers, 437,000 customers. Industrial customers, 8,572, while street lighting, which our brother from the county spoke about, the number of street lighting connections are 20,085 customers. This one shows us our highest number of customers are mainly domestic. Other projects that we are carrying out to ensure that our customers get quality supply. We have introduced what we are calling lifeline maintenance program, whereby most of our maintenance, because of buying lifeline equipment, we don't have to interrupt them for us to maintain the lines. We are able to do some works to some level without interrupting the customers. Since we started this program in 2015, we have been able to save 1.8 billion annually in plant outages. Because wherever you switch off customers to do maintenance, you lose an opportunity to sell. We have realized that although we have some stability in medium voltage and high voltage lines, we have a challenge with the low voltage lines. And that's why now our focus is on low voltage maintenance. And we have come up with a program we are calling OCOA Transformer Program, which is focusing on our 74,000 distribution transformers in the grid. As I had mentioned, we are also doing distribution system automation. And here is where I was saying we've been able to install 1,400 load break switches in Mombasa and in Nairobi. We are also expanding our SCADA system so that we can be able to put all our substations on SCADA, which enables us to operate them remotely from one central place. Wherever there is a problem, we can get the information. And when we want to carry out an operation, we can carry it remotely without having to travel there. Out of these initiatives, we have two parameters which show us the quality of supply that we are giving to our customers. One is called the Customer Average Interruption Duration Index, CAIDI. And what these are showing us from December 2020 to December 2022, our CAIDI has been improving. This is the restoration time. What it means is that these initiatives of remote control switches, lifeline works are helping us to reduce restoration time. The second parameter, which is called SAIFI, System Average Index Frequency Interruption, you can see that parameter is going up. This is the number of interruptions customers, the frequency of interruptions customers get. Wherever there is a generation shortfall, customers will get interrupted. Wherever there is a problem with the transmission lines, customers will be interrupted. Wherever there is a problem in the distribution lines, customers will be interrupted. And what this tells us is that we need to address the causes of these interruptions. And that's why we need to address the entire value chain so that you can be able we can be able to improve on this. This one counts even the customers who are switched off by the system when we have a shortage of generation and everything. And therefore we need to address the entire value chain to be able to put this to rest, to be able to reduce this parameter. There are a number of initiatives as Kenya Power we've been able to come up with to improve on customer experience. We have a USSD code, *977#, And with this, we also have an application which is in our phones, which can be used in our phones, My Power app, and all these are to improve customer communication. Using the USSD code *977#, a customer can be able to check their bills, pay their bills, buy tokens. In case you don't get your token back, you can be able to use that code to check your check your tokens, the last 3 tokens. You can be able to check your application, the Power application, using that code. You can report a blackout using that code, and you can also be able to send us your meter readings in case there is a challenge of billing with your bill. Number 2, we have also rolled out self-reading for accurate billing. Customers who are not at home, their places are not accessible, they can be able to register with us as self-readers, so that and they'll be sending us readings, and we use them for billing. We produce the bills using their readings. Then we have also devolved our services to the county levels. And in every county headquarters, we have an office led by a county business manager. And also in bigger urban centers, we have branches or depots, which have been started in those places to ensure that there is field presence by our staff to be able to address customer issues. We have also increased or given customers alternative payment services. And as we stand now, over 80% of our payments are done through alternative channels. That is in terms of transactions. We have also developed a new online Power application. Customers now can be able to apply for Power from the comfort of their homes or their offices. Then for large and industrial customers or premium customers, we have personalized customer service and stakeholder customer service. For organized groups like CAM and the other groups who are organized, we also have stakeholder management in terms of engagements. Now, after making those remarks, allow me now to go to the main highlights of the proposed tariff application. The rationale, why are we asking for this? Why this application? And what was considered for us to make this application? And there is an issue of sustainability is very critical. Why we are enjoying power supply today, why we don't have mass rationing in our country today, although the water levels in our dams are very low, is because of investment to ensure that this sector is sustainable. The decisions which were made a few years ago are the ones which have put us where we are. Although our neighbors, there is a lot of power rationing, even the biggest countries like South Africa are having a challenge because of the decisions which were made before, and we've been able to invest in other sources apart from hydro. That is why we are having the semblance of stability that we have today. And therefore, we need to invest to ensure that the sector is sustainable going forward. There is also need for grid expansion and maintenance of the existing grid. We have seen from the data presented that our grid has grown, and therefore we need to invest more on expansion. When you expand in the distribution level, that distribution level needs to be supported by a primary grid that can be able to carry that amount of distribution. We also need, as I was saying, we need to enhance power quality and reliability because of what I've spoken about. I normally give, when I came to Nairobi first in 1998, I had 2 Alcan lamps in my house because I knew I was used. Even when I was here in Mombasa, I had 2. That was in those years. But when I came back to Nairobi, now I don't have any, because I don't expect, my expectation is that Kenya Power should do better than what they were doing those years. And because of this, we need to ensure that we work on improving quality of supply. And that's why we have done this application. We also need to scale up connectivity for universal access. Now, this is what we are asking for and how it is going to be shared out. Remember, we say that we have done this application for revenue requirements of the sector. I want to take you to the last row in this document. We have non-fuel revenue requirement. In the tariff of 2018-2019, the total tariff yield was 16.95. In the proposed tariff 22-2023, the total tariff yield will be 19.04. Then that amount is expected to go down every year. 2023-2024, it will be 18.86. 2024-2025, it will be 18.6, and 2025-2026, it is expected to go down to 17.94. Now, how is this money going to be shared among us sector orders or sector players? For the current tariff, power purchase for non-fuel, this is by Kengen and IPPs. The amount to them is 7 shillings and 68 cents. In the proposed tariff, the amount required by them is 11 shillings and 68 cents. For power purchase, which is as fuel component, Kengen and IPPs, in the current tariff, it was 0.61. In the proposed tariff, 1.50. And those amounts will be reducing in the next 3 years, as shown there. Their requirement for non-fuel will go down from 11.68 to 10.89. And for fuel, 1.5 to 0.98. The total amount for generators, for the people who are involved in generation of electricity, under the current tariff, the amount due to them, 8.29. In the proposed tariff, 13.18. Then it is expected to go down to 11.87 in the next 3 years. Now, we come to transmission and distribution component. This is where we have KPLC, REREC, and KETRACO. And for KPLC-related, capital-related projects, the amount from the current tariff has been 2.42. In the proposed tariff, it is expected to go down to 2.02, and it will go further down in the next 3 years to 1.83. Depreciation under the current tariff, that is depreciation of assets under the current tariff, 1.34. In the proposed tariff, 1.74, and is expected to go down to 1.48 in the next 3 years. KPLC operations and maintenance, currently 1.57. In the proposed tariff, 2.23, and is expected to go up to 2.42 in the next 3 years. This is because of the expansion that we are having of our network. Then for REREC operations and maintenance, under the current tariff, per kilowatt hour, shillings per kilowatt hour allocated to REREC in the tariff is 0.15. In the proposed tariff, 0.64, and this amount is expected to go down to 0.54 in the next 3 years. KETRACO operations and maintenance, in the current tariff, shillings per kilowatt hour or per unit, 0.27, in the proposed 0.29, in the proposed tariff, 0.74. And that amount is expected to go up a bit next year, then start coming down, and it is expected by July 2025 to be 0.78. The subtotal for transmission and distribution costs in the current tariff, 5.77, in the proposed tariff, 7.38, and is expected to go down to 7.05. And as I had said before, these tariffs are expected to be going down in the next 3 years as the sector improves. There are a number of initiatives which are being done to ensure that the sector operates more efficiently. Loss reductions, increasing of electricity sales, so that we can drive the cost of power down in the country. That is how the percentages for revenue allocation looks like for the sector. For generators, in the current tariff, what belongs to them is 64%. In the proposed tariff, it is expected that they are going to retain the 64%, but by July 2025, their allocation is expected to go down to 63%. For KPLC, transmission, distribution, and retail, in the current tariff, KPLC has been getting 33%. In the proposed tariff, the amount is expected to go down to 29% and expected to go up slightly to 30% by July 2025. For REREC, they have been getting 1%. In the proposed tariff, 3%, and expected to remain at 3%. KETRACO have been getting 2%. In the proposed tariff, 4%, and expected to remain at 4% throughout the tariff regime. Remember, this excludes pass-throughs, levies, and taxes. This is now the non-fuel proposed tariff. This is how the tariff is proposed to look like. Now, we have a number of customer categories. We have domestic customers. We have small commercials, large and industrial customers. We have street lighting, and we've been able to bring in other categories of customers depending on how the environment is changing. Because tariff development has to be dynamic. Now, under the current tariff regime, that is 2018-2019, we used to have, under domestic, we used to have 2 tariffs. We used to have domestic lifeline. We used to have domestic ordinary. Under that tariff regime, domestic lifeline used to range between 0 and 100 units. And domestic ordinary above 100 units. But in the proposed tariff, we are proposing that the domestic lifeline ranges from 0 to 30 units, and domestic ordinary will be above 30 units. This is how the proposition looks like under the old tariff regime or under the current tariff regime. The cost per kilowatt hour for lifeline was 10 shillings. In the proposed, 14 shillings, and to remain 14 shillings throughout the tariff regime. Under the current tariff, lifeline per kilowatt hour was 15 shillings. in the proposed tariff, proposed to be 21 shillings and 68 cents, expected to go down to 20 shillings and 30 cents by July 2025. When it comes to commercial, we have a similar scenario where we had Lifeline small commercial and ordinary small commercial. Lifeline small commercial ranges from 0 to 100 units, but and then above 100 units, that is ordinary small commercial. In the proposed tariff, it is proposed that Lifeline commercial ranges from 0 to 30 units, and Lifeline commercial and commercial ordinary above 30 units. Under the current tariff regime, Lifeline was 10 shillings, or has been 10 shillings. In the proposed tariff, Lifeline small commercial is proposed to be 14 shillings and to remain 14 shillings throughout the tariff regime. Now, under the current tariff, the cost per kilowatt hour for ordinary small commercial has been 15 shillings and 60 cents. In the proposed tariff will be proposed to be 21 shillings and 8 cents, expected to go down to 19 shillings and 86 cents. Then, now here, under small commercial, there is a new proposed tariff which is being called time of use. This is for small and medium customers who want to manufacture at night during off-peak. They have been given a tariff. There is a proposed tariff which is a half of what they would pay during normal hours. And it is proposed that it starts from 10 shillings and 54 cents during off-peak and expected to go down up to July 2025 to 9 shillings and 93 cents. We have also seen a new development whereby house developers want to be given 1 meter, and then they can obtain a license from IPRA to distribute power within their area of jurisdiction. And we have developed a tariff we are calling bulk tariff. And this bulk tariff is about 2 units lower than the ordinary one. And it's starting from 19 shillings and 16 cents to 18 shillings for this category of customers. We have also developed another tariff. We have realized there is a lot of uptake of e-mobility or electric vehicles. And for those who are giving support in terms of charging vehicles, we have proposed a new tariff for them of 17 shillings throughout the tariff regime, which is slightly lower than ordinary domestic and ordinary small commercial, to encourage the uptake of e-mobility in the country. So anybody who is installing vehicle charging stations along the roads, in petrol stations, they can get a meter for charging vehicles and get this special tariff. Now, after we finish with ordinary customers, now we move to the commercial and industrial customers. And here customers are categorized by their level of metering. We have the customers whom we meter at 415. Those are customers we meter after the transformer, where the transformer belongs to KPLC, and customers are metered after the transformer. And these are, we call them commercial and industrial customers category 1. These are customers who metered after the transformer and they consume above 15,000 units. Under the current tariff regime, their per kilowatt hour charge has been 12 shillings. In the proposed tariff, it is proposed to be 16 shillings and 48 cents and is expected to go down annually up to 15 shillings and 29 cents by July 2025. Again, this category of customers, we have given we have a proposed time of use charge, which is are half of what they pay during normal hours, expected to start at 8.24 and to go down to 7.65. Again, there are some customers developers whose total consumption in the area of jurisdiction will be taking above 15,000 units. And again, these customers, we have proposed a further lower tariff for them under this category, and it is starting from 18.73 up to 17.38. And again, once you get connected from Kenya Power, you will have to get a license from IPRA to allow you to distribute power within your area of jurisdiction. Then there is a further charge of demand, KVA demand. Under the current tariff, it has been 800 shillings. In the proposed tariff, it is proposed to be 1,100 shillings throughout the proposed tariff regime. After the category 1 of commercial and industrial customers, we have category 2. These are customers who buy their own transformers, and they are metered before the transformer at 11,000 volts or at 11 kilovolts. We call them CI2. Under the current tariff regime, the charge has been 10 shillings and 90 cents. In the proposed tariff, 15 shillings and 2 cents, expected to go down annually up to 14 shillings and 2 cents by July 2025. There is also a proposed time of use for them, whereby it is expected if you produce during peak hours, the proposed tariff is a half of what you pay during the day, which is 7 shillings and 51 cents, expected to go down to 7 shillings by July 2025. And again, for developers who will be metered before the transformer at 11,000 kilovolts, there is also a proposed tariff for them, bulk tariff, which is 17 shillings, further lower than what we had under the other category, and expected to go down to 15 shillings and 93 cents by July 2025. Under this category of customers, their demand per kPa has been 520 shillings, proposed to go up to 700 shillings throughout the entire tariff regime. Then we have the next category of customers whom we call CI3. These are customers who buy their own transformers, and they are metered by Kenya Power. They are metered by Who's echoing me? Okay. Somebody has put on something. I think we are good now. Don't stream live when you are inside the building. You can do it maybe from the corridor. Who has started streaming live? Somebody has started streaming live now, not before. So if you are the one who has started streaming live now, please. Good, thank you. So CI3 are customers who are metered by KPLC at 33 kilovolts, and then you buy your own transformer, and then you use power after that. Now, this category of customers, their per kilowatt hour has been 10 shillings and 5 cents. In the proposed tariff, 14 shillings and 44, expected to go down to 13 shillings and 53. Again, under this category, we have proposed time of use, which is 7 shillings and 22 cents, which is a half of what you pay during normal hours, and expected to go down to 6 shillings and 77 cents. Then again, under these customers, we have proposed a bulk tariff for customers who are also developers, or you have a shopping mall and you want to take care of the installation inside. We have a proposed tariff Once you get a license from IPRA, of course, then Kenya Power will connect you. Then you can distribute power within your area of jurisdiction. Here, some of the customers even end up installing their own transformers inside of 11 to 415. Because once Kenya Power meters you at 33, you can step it down from 33 to 11, and then you have your own medium voltage line and low voltage lines within your area of jurisdiction. So this is what we are trying to take care of, so that there is a margin for customers to be able for developers to be able to distribute power and maintain. Remember, I know the guiding factor from IPRA is that you don't charge above what Kenya Power charges. And that's why we are giving this margin. Then for these customers, KVA demand has been 270, in the proposed 370. Then we have customers we meter at 66 kilovolts, mainly in Nairobi. I don't think whether we have 66 here in Mombasa. We are likely to have soon in Coast. But now these customers, again, they do their own substation, medium voltage lines, and they consume power, but we meter them at 66. Then beyond, they take care. Again, these customers per kilowatt hour has been 10 shillings and 3 cents. In the proposed tariff, 14 shillings and 17 cents, expected to go down to 13 shillings and 28 cents. Again, we have also proposed a time of use tariff for them of 7 shillings and 9 cents, and expected to go down to 6 shillings and 64 cents. And again, BAO customers who are metered at 66, we have also proposed a further lowering of the tariff, 16 shillings and 10 cents, expected to go down to 15 shillings and 9 cents by July 2025. Their demand per kilowatt per KVA has been 220, proposed to go up to 300. We also have another category of customers. We also have another category of customers. We meter at 132 and 132 kilovolts. We call them CI5, and their per kilowatt our charge has been 10 shillings and 10 cents, proposed 13 shillings and 90 cents, expected to go down to 13 shillings and 1 cent. And again, these customers, there is a time of use tariff for them, which is a half, starting from 6 shillings and 95 cents, expected to go down to 6 shillings and 51 cents. Bulk tariff also is proposed for this category of customers, the ones who want to distribute power, not involved in manufacturing, but you want to distribute power in a given area, and you'll be metered at 132. The proposed tariff is from 15 shillings and 80 cents, expected to go down to 14 shillings and 78 cents. KVA demand 220, proposed to go up to 300 shillings per KVA. Then there's another category whom we call category 6 and 7. These are customer metered at 220, and also the industrial parks. This category has not been there, and in the proposed tariff, we are proposing 12 shillings for this category of customers. KVA demand 200. We also have the 400 kV lines which Ketraco is developing, and we expect some customers to come up at that level, and they will also fall under this category. But if there will be need to give their own category, there will be engagements. Then we have street lighting, which our brother from the county spoke about. Counties have had street lighting have had a tariff of 7.5, which is much lower than another. And in the proposed tariff, they have also been maintained low at 11 shillings throughout the tariff regime. Now, I've spoken about Lifeline. Kenya Power, we saw that has 9 million customers. Under the current regime, 8.2 customers have been on Lifeline. Lifeline customers are customers who are subsidized. And what this means is that it's about 900 customers who have been subsidizing for these ones. In the proposed tariff, when the band is changed from 0 to 30, we expect 8.3 customers to 6.3 customers to remain on Lifeline. This is about 70% of the customers will remain on Lifeline. Under these other arrangements, we have had more than about 90% of the customers on Lifeline. But now, in the proposed tariff, we are going to have 6.3 customers remaining on Lifeline. And therefore, this tariff is taking care of common mwananchi. Time of use, I've mentioned time of use. I want to define what it is. And during weekdays, it starts from 10 o'clock to midnight, and from midnight to 6 o'clock the following day. On Saturdays, it starts from 2 o'clock to midnight, and from midnight to 8 o'clock the following day. Then on Sunday, time of use of off-peak hours is from midnight to midnight. Now, there are other charges besides the base tariff that I've shared. There is fuel cost, which is gazetted by IPRA monthly. There is forex exchange rate fluctuation adjustment, gazetted by IPRA. Then we have inflation adjustment, which varies, half yearly, also gazetted. Then we also have warmer levies, which varies monthly, and it is gazetted monthly. Then we have taxes and levies. We have VAT tax, 16%, which is charged on demand, fuel cost, and non-fuel cost. Then we have rural electrification program levy, which is 5% of revenue from unit sales. Then we have IPRA levy, which is 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Then there are other charges for large and industrial customers, the customers who use a lot of motors. They are expected to maintain their power factor at 1. But if you cannot maintain it at 1 and it gets bad, it should not go below 0.9. And if it goes below 0.9, there is a surcharge imposed in the bill. Then there are those customers who do welding. Again, are supposed to be charged 50 shillings per kVA of their welding machine. If your welding machine is 4 kVA, 200 shillings per month. Now, we try to simulate a bill of Lifeline, domestic and ordinary domestic. 1 unit, what the total cost will look like under the proposed tariff. The total consumption charge for Lifeline is expected to be 14 shillings, while for ordinary customers, 21 shillings. Now we come to the pass-throughs, 5 shillings for each. Then the levies for Lifeline, 1.2 shillings, and for ordinary customers, 1.6. Then VAT for Lifeline, VAT 2.9 for Lifeline, 4.0 for ordinary. So total for ordinary customer who uses 1 kilowatt hour will pay 23 shillings and 10 cents, while an ordinary customer pays 31 shillings and 60 cents. If you compare that with the current bill, the current one is for Lifeline is 20 shillings and 50 cents, while for ordinary 26 shillings and 40 cents. This one represents an increase of 13% for Liveline and 20% for ordinary customers. Now, this is keeping into account the fact that Warma has proposed to increase their charge from 50 cents to 2 shillings. And if that does not happen, we expect the bills to go up by 11% for Liveline and 18% for ordinary customers. Now, a selected bill for commercial and industrial customers, we have picked a customer using 1 unit, and for total consumption, 15 shillings. Pass-throughs, that is fuel, forex, and all that, 5 shillings. Levies, 1.2 shillings. Then the taxes, 3 shillings. Total 24 shillings and 30 cents. And the current is 21 shillings and 70 cents. And therefore, we expect for this category of customers, their bill to go up by 12%. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to bring in IPRA to take us from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Molly. Let's appreciate him once more. I think as you have heard from KPLC, they are very clear on their request. And that's why we have called you, so that you can also come in and give your suggestions and opinions on the proposal that they have made. And as I said from the beginning, this is just an application that the regulator is reviewing at the moment, and a final determination will be made before the end of March, so that the tariffs are effective from 1st of April. I was just following from the presentation he has made that the installed capacity has increased 3,332, again as a peak demand of 2,149 megawatts. A reserve margin of 4%, which means I think you need to do something. That is very little reserve, because if demand increases, then you may not find a way of meeting the customer needs. The numbers have increased from 2.3 million in 2013 to 9.1 million at the moment. The energy mix is mainly renewables. And of course, the revenue requirements they are asking is for the entire sector, and they have been able to split what each entity is going to get. He has also highlighted some of the taxes, levies that have to be provided as part of the revenue requirements. I'm just summarizing that so that as you come in to ask questions, you know how you will be able to present them. And they have also given the rates that they are proposing, so that they can be able to recover the costs from generation, transmission, distribution, and of course meeting the needs of the customers, and also the taxes that will be paid. So at this point, I think because of time, we'll take a 20 minutes break so that also people can refresh. We have been sitting for a while. And then after we come back, we'll do a plenary where all the comments, all the questions you have will be responded to. I was also following online, and Mr. MD of Acting MD Kenya Power, one of the Kenyans was asking, why does Kenya Power penalize people who consume more power instead of giving them discounts? You know, I think there's somebody from Kwale who have made such a comment. So we expect that stakeholders will be open. The regulator, our board members are also here. They will be listening in, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who will also make a decision on whether to grant them the requests they have made or to adjust it, depending on how the application. Yeah, so I think I'm also informed that Kenya Power, because I think we have a lot of customer needs. There are also specific consumers may have specific issues on your power bill, complaints that you may have. Kenya Power, the Mombasa team, has a desk just outside. If you have a specific issue like inflated bills, or maybe you need to you have a query, or now Kenya Power has been charging you, you can just walk to them. I don't know whether the regional manager or the county manager can stand if they are here. Okay, thank you. Yeah, maybe they can stand so that the customers can begin to connect, because you are the, yeah? Thank you. All right. And also the EPRA team is also here. EPRA also handles customer complaints. So if there is a complaint that KPLC has come to you, they have not been able to resolve, and you feel that you have exhausted all the channels, you can also see Engineer Patrick Nkungu and his team. They are also around here. So with that, Immaculate, maybe you can advise us on tea. Okay. Yeah, so the tea is being served on the first floor, so we can proceed there. And when we come back, we just take only 20 minutes, so that we use the time that we have. I know we have our Muslim brothers will be going to worship, and also we need to respect that, their time. So thank you very much, and God bless you as you have a cup of tea. Thank you.
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals
so
of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030.
Okay. When we come back, my colleague Waweru Karanja, the Deputy Director Pricing, will be taking charge of the program during the plenary time. Thank you.
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1998, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission ERC. In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. The authority has a vision to be a leading regulator driving sustainable and clean energy and petroleum for all, with a mission of enhancing lives by ensuring that there is sustainable, cost-efficient, quality energy and petroleum. EPRA is responsible for issuing licenses as well as formulating and overseeing compliance of regulations in the electricity, renewable energy, coal and petroleum subsectors, and performs compliance checks, investigates violation of codes, standards, and regulates the energy and petroleum sectors. The authority is mandated to undertake energy planning, energy pricing and competition analysis, regulatory research and policy analysis. EPRA also has its eyes trained on the benefits for the consumer by protecting energy consumers from unfair business practices and seeking to improve energy consumers' quality of life, as well as promoting transparency and harmony in consumer relations. Additionally, the authority investigates complaints against any energy service provider or against the authority and is responsible for the formulation of standards and codes of practice in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. For more information, visit our website www.epra.
Yani hawa watoto walifunga tu 1 week. So tunafaa kulipa another 120,000 Kenya shillings na hii economy. Usingeka breaks kwa hii maneno. Na usiunieke chakula.
Na gas gani? Suji advice nani?
Hakuna gas. Acha nipigie mtu wa gas. Utanipigie Kimani wa gas. Watu nao ni kupiga tu kelele hapa. Wewe na wewe kama una kengele kwako, ukisikia kwa watu wako na kengele usipige mara 4. Unapiga mara moja unangoja 7 seconds. Unasikia?
Nimesikia kanalia vizuri.
Asante.
Ndio hii mali.
Haya kesho. Koja. Hii umetoa wapi?
Hapa hivi kwa mwasi.
Hapana, lakini iko haina safety cap. Haina seal.
Labda kanianguka nikikuja, wacha nikaangalie.
Uko sure umetoa kwa nani?
Si ni kwa mwasi.
Wako accredited by EPRA.
Hao ndio nani?
Haujui hao? Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Hao ndio wanakupatia accreditation na kupatia gas kama hizi.
Sisi labda kanjo.
Ndio unipeleka kwa Mwasa.
Mwasa hata alikufa Saturday akazikwa Monday.
Si ako na duka na iko accredited. Twende unipeleke kwa Mwasa.
Ako na harusi.
Twende unipeleke kwa.
Tusifike hapo.
Si umetoa kwa Mwasa.
Tusifike hapo.
Mr. Kipesa.
Tusifike.
Twende unipeleke kwa
Mwasa.
Mwasa.
Usiongee.
Si umetoa kwa Mwasa.
Ndio nakwambia nikufanyia 2200 na usiongee.
Unipeleka kwa Mwasa. Ndio. Twende kwa Mwasa.
Tusifike hapo.
Twende kwa Mwasa.
Wewe sasa lazima unionyeshe. Ufanye atakuwa.
Unaita nani mkubwa wewe?
Okay sawa basi.
Unajua ni matusi wewe.
Mimi nimekuambia tunge na huyo mtu atasia ati ni mtu.
Lazima unionyeshe ako wapi na kwa nini kwanza in fact.
Nimekuambia anazikwa Saturday. Anazikwa Saturday sasa
wewe lazima nikufunge hapa. Hakuna mahali unaweza toka hapo. Sasa unionyeshe kwa Mwasi ni wapi?
Sasa. Simama. Nisimamishia.
Hey, nini?
Afisa, mwambie kaje umefanya.
Stima na mimi. Stima na wewe zimefanya nini? Okay. Huyu ni nani?
Ni mtu wa stima. Nilikuwa nimemuita akuja nitengeneze stima ya socket.
Huyu hata akai anajua mambo ya stima. Ona hata ana apron.
Anaitwa Kawaya.
Kuchina si hiyo inafanya mtu anakuwa ati yeye ni mtu ya stima. Unafaa kuangalia mtu kama ako accredited by EPRA. Unajua EPRA ni nini? Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Hao ndio wanakupea certification. Huyu hata hayuko certified. Ako kama huyu. Unaona huyu? Huyu alikuwa ananiletea gas, haina seal, hana ITR receipt. Yaani gas ni fake, naenda kumweka ndani. So hata huyu tunaenda ndani useme umefanya wapi na wapi na wapi na wapi wewe. So nitakuletea mtu ako certified. Ndio maana EPRA wanasema kaa safe mtaani. So wewe kaa safe mtaani nakuja. Sawa, acha tuone na hii mtu. Sawa.
Only buy LPG cylinders from authorized dealers. Regularly check for physical damage to your LPG cylinders, such as a dent and excessive paint peel-off. LPG hoses should be regularly checked for cracks and changed every 5 years. In case of LPG leakage, do not light any matches or switch on lights. Rather, open all windows and doors. Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA.
Hey, tena leo hakuna maji kwa hii tap jameni. Kwani hii ni plot gani kila siku hakuna maji? Huyu caretaker anatupima kili aje? Hiyo ni ujinga, mimi siwezi. Huyu caretaker anapewa pesa na landlord na anakula anasiba, nadhani sisi ni wajinga. Mama Njeri.
Obiara, nilikwambia uoe wacha makelele ya kila siku. Ni nini una shida ukipiga kelele? Bibi ni kipenzi cha roho.
Wachana na mambo ya bibi, nimepata kuna maji kwa plot na sanga hata ya kukunywa hakuna.
Kwani wewe unateta maji? Hata stima sikubiri hatujakuwa na stima.
Stima haijarudi?
Hata
maji pia hakuna?
Hakuna maji.
Kwani tunaishi wapi?
Tunaishi kwa shimo ya wanyama. Hii ni shimo ya wanyama, hizi si maduka.
Kwani huyu caretaker?
Hizi makabasa yako nilikwambia ukate enda na huko. Ushaanza kwenda kufanyia wewe. Si wapia huyu nitamchapa, mwambie.
Wacheni na mambo ya kapa wewe. Hivi tutaangalia baadaye, sawa? Kwa watu nakimbizana nao hapa.
Masaji hakuna, stima hakuna maji.
Ninajua hiyo.
Caretaker.
Unafaa kuangalia hapa ni vile mtanilipa ile madeni mko na. Halo.
Madeni gani? Tulipe deni na hakuna stima, hakuna maji.
Pita watu na hafiki.
Kidogo na. Halo, Efra. Kuna watu na wanaogana.
Halo. Caretaker. Wacha kutupima kili bwana. Pigia huyo mtu wako atutengenezee stima bwana. Hakuna. Wacha tuite na yeye ndiye analipa.
Wewe utalipa. Si kamba, si kiateka.
Nani? Tumekuzoea na nani?
Nyinyi wote huku. Hello.
Hebu acha tutengeneze stima kwanza. Hiyo vita yenu postpone.
Hebu kuja hapa kwangu, kuna kitu nataka unitengenezee.
Hiyo ni ujinga hiyo. Mimi siwezani nayo.
Na usikae. Wewe na tumezoeana na wewe mambo mingi. Wewe ndio umenizoea.
Huyo mtu wako amefika wapi?
Anasema anakuja dakika 5 hapa.
Acha kuja tutengeneze stima bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga, tutakuwa tunafanya.
Kwani sisi ni wanyama tunaishi kwa giza, hakuna maji.
Tarehe moja ttt.
Kuja. Kwa mzuri ulikuwa utengeneza hili hapa. Huku tuna shida ya stima na ninataka utengeneze.
Sio ndio kazi yangu. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kubwa?
Kuja.
Mama Njeri huyu ndio fundi.
Huyu ndio fundi.
Sio. Hii ni kazi nimefanya mtu wangu.
Haya,
na ni fasta wewe.
Sawa, wacha niwaambie. Wameenda kwa wewe. Tokeni kwa stima nyinyi wewe.
Nakwambia hii kazi ya ufundi.
Utaweza
kazi ya ufundi nilijua nikiwa kwa mimba. Kuja nikuonyesha nani. Saa zingine zipatikanangi. Unaona hii ya red. Hii ndio inaitagwa neutral. Alafu hii ya black. Si ya black. Hii ya red ndio unashikanisha na hii. Stima inawaka mara moja. Kwani tunashinda hapa? Mko na kitu kama kachuma. Kakitu unaweza fix hapa. Ka earth. Hapo unachukuaga, unakafungililia wapi? Unakafungililia hapa. Stima inawaka mara moja. Nataka kuja.
Unaona sasa huyu angeenda kama sijafika hapa. Na niliwaambia mgoje mtu mwenye ako certified na EPRA, si watu hivi Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Mtu yoyote ambayo ana handle mambo ya stima lazima akuwe certified electrician na watu wa EPRA. Huyu si kama huyu. Hata nilikuwa nimwambia. Wewe ya muka hujakufa wewe. Huyo si certified, huyu ni certified.
So the Portland's electricity dysfunction?
Yes, man.
My name is Steve. I'm an electrical expert certified by EPRA. Okay, shall we?
Na ndio nawaambia na kuna watu legedege hivi. Kama huyu sasa kama asijakuja hapa angekuwa Mungu. Fanya na watu sasa. Asante Ebra. Asante Ebra.
Avoid illegal electrical connections. All connections must be done by qualified electrical contractors. Ensure all utility repairs are done by electricians licensed by EPRA. Dial *363*2# to verify authenticity of the electrician's license by EPRA.
The Energy Regulatory Commission is now the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. EPRA is established under the Energy Act 2019 and regulates electrical power, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors. EPRA's expanded mandate includes the regulation of upstream petroleum and coal. EPRA protects the interests of energy consumers and ensures that all players in the energy sector adhere to set business practices. We are here to facilitate access to sustainable energy for all. EPRA, quality energy, quality life.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life.
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1988, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA,
and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has a legal mandate to undertake technical and economic regulation of the electricity subsector in Kenya. To achieve this, the authority develops regulations that provide for licensing of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution in the undertakings that meet environmental, social, economic, and technical requirements. The authority also issues accreditation to qualified electrical workers and licenses electrical contractors to carry out electrical installation works. EPRA also sets electricity power tariffs that protect consumers while providing reasonable returns to power sector investors. The authority also approves electric power tariffs and network service contracts for all persons engaging in electric power undertakings. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 with the responsibility for technical and economic regulation of renewable energy, electricity, petroleum, and coal subsectors in Kenya.
We at EPRA, we are the regulator for the energy and petroleum sectors. We regulate the electricity and petroleum sectors from generation in electricity to transmission to distribution and eventually retail and supply of power. We also regulate the petroleum sector, the entire value chain as well, from upstream, midstream and downstream petroleum.
EPRA has launched the Car Safe Mtaani campaign, which seeks to educate Kenyans on safety while handling petroleum products and electricity.
Car Safe Mtaani was inspired by a need to drive the agenda of raising awareness what the legal and regulatory framework when it comes to the energy and petroleum sectors is, and getting people to understand how to utilize energy to drive their lives or to drive their day-to-day living and the day-to-day activities from a common mwananchi standpoint, whilst appreciating the dangers or the hazards that come with unsafe use of energy and petroleum, the common man's economy.
Consumer safety is as important as accessibility and affordability of energy. According to the 2021 report on measures to curb accidents in the electricity subsector, Kenya recorded 118 fatalities and 72 injuries caused by electrical accidents and incidents between 2020 and 2021.
Kwa majina ninaitwa Philip Kipkirui Toet, nikiwa chairman wa bodaboda Chepalungu Sub County upande wa Bomet County. Hapa nikisimama na Cosmas Korir, memba wangu wa bodaboda ambaye aliathirika na waya za stima alipokuwa akiendesha pikipiki yake. Nilikuwa one of the eyewitness, nilikuwa nikitoka Bomet kufika tu some 1 kilometer ama half a kilometer from the scene, nikaona moshi kubwa, nikaambiwa stima imechoma mtu yako ya stima ya bodaboda. Nikaisimamisha pikipiki, nikapata watu wanakimbia kupanda mlima, wengine wanakimbia all directions. Na huyu Cosmas alikuwa amerushwa kwa shamba na nguvu za umeme. Yeye bado ako very weak, hana nguvu ya kufanya kazi, na ilhali familia yake inamtegemea. Ako na watoto 4 ambao walikuwa wanamtegemea. Tegemeo yake ilikuwa hiyo bodaboda. Kitu mimi naweza ambia raia ama wakaaji ama wale wanakaa karibu na stima, wasikaribie kwa mawaya za stima ambaye wanashuku inaweza kuwa inaleta hatari. Maana hii stima saa zingine hata karibu na booster, saa zingine unasikia inanguruma, saa zingine ina spark. Sasa jambo kama hiyo ikitokea, usikaribie, inaweza kudhuru zaidi.
The rate of these accidents and incidents have increased over the years.
You find that most of the consumers in this country, electricity consumers, when they put up their structures, they put up their buildings, they don't follow the laid down procedures to get connected to electricity. And when you get those connections which are not authorized, which are not legal, sometimes they don't follow the laid down standards and procedures. And this really exposes them to a lot of safety issues. The process of licensing electrical workers and electrical contractors starts by them making an application. Nowadays we are going online, so they just go to our online portal and they make an application. And our licenses are under several categories. So when they make those applications, the applications are received, we review them, then we do what's called experience and competency assessment. So that by the time you give your license, those people are competent to do the works, and we are sure that when they do the works in those premises, the work will be carried as per the standards prevailing in this country.
LPG is touted as one of the most efficient energy sources. However, Kenyans living in both rural and urban centers have been victims of LPG explosions and accidents caused by poor handling of LPG.
It was a new cylinder. I didn't really have to check or know, but I know he sells gas in Gatondo town. Whoever sold it to me is a friend, so I just called him and he delivered to my premise. I have a small business there, so it was just an extra cylinder, and it was in the house for quite some time. Early in the morning, I woke up at around 5. I wanted to cook some tea. So I just happened to ignite the burner, and the flames just came to where I was standing, where the cylinder was. So I was lucky enough. The flames didn't get to the clothes. I was just burnt the open sides. I can't really remember what happened, but I found myself now lying on the floor. I think I was trying to run. Because of the burns, I spent 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks in hospital. It affected me financially. I couldn't go to work. I try now to be more cautious, because now I have the scars to show, and it always reminds me of that day.
Your safety is part of EPRA's mandate in consumer protection. Here's what to look out for when purchasing LPG.
1. the general appearance of the cylinder. The state of the cylinder should be good. That is, the cylinder should be free of defects. The other thing you should look at is that the cylinder should be branded. In case something happens, whom do you hold to account? The other thing you should look at is that at the neck of the cylinder, there are usually some numbers engraved on it. One is the serial number of the cylinder. Each cylinder should have a unique serial number, and this is for traceability again. The other thing that you should check for, which is very important, is the test date. These cylinders are pressure vessels, and they are usually tested after every 8 years. So the moment you look at the neck of the cylinder and you see a number, normally it starts with the month stroke the year the cylinder was tested. It should not be older than 8 years. The other thing that you need to look at is that the cylinder should have a seal on the valve, or if it's not a seal, it's a shrink wrap. Like for the 13 kg, these are plastic wrap you find on top of the valve, covering the valve. That is what we call a shrink wrap. So it normally has the name of the brand owner, so it should have a seal. And of course, generally once you open the seal or you cut the shrink wrap, the valve should be in good state. It should not be leaking, it should not be rusty. And of course, once you buy the cylinder, you need to request the vendor to first of all do a leak test. They will do a soap water bath, and then they will also give you, weigh the cylinder, you counter check the weight so that you get value for money. The vendor should give you a receipt with their name, the serial number of the cylinder, the size of cylinder, and the date of purchase, such that if anything happens to that cylinder, there is traceability from where you got it from.
Mimi ni mkaazi wa hapa Sachangwan. Wakati huu mkasa wa moto ulipotokea, I think tulikuwa watu wa kwanza wawili. Kuna rafiki yangu tulikuwa na yeye. Kuna gari ilituletea ripoti kuna lori imeanguka hapo chini. Na mimi nilikuwa na motorbike Kingbird mpya, ilikuwa na 2 weeks old, it was 2 weeks old, ilikuwa wiki mbili tu. Sasa niliposikia petroli, nikasema Mungu ametukumbuka kwa sababu hii pikipiki inatumia petroli. Na itakuwa imenipunguzia gharama ya kununua petroli. Sasa mimi nikaondoka nikaenda pale kando kwa mtaro, nikasema heri kuchota kwa mtaro pale. Tulisikia tu kama bomu imelia kule nyuma, moto imelipuka. Sasa watu wengi wenye waliruka barabara pande ile ingine ndio wengi wao waliokoka. Wenye walikufa wote ni marafiki zetu, our closest friends. Marafiki ambao tulikuwa nao hiyo a minute ago, 2 minutes ago. Alafu within 5 minutes unasikia amekufa. Ili tu affect psychologically hata kwa maisha. Kwa hivyo hata maziwa, hata pombe, hata lori yote ikianguka, tujaribu sana kuepukana kukaribia na kutorokea.
Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1998, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission ERC. In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country. Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1988, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission ERC. In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country. Universal access to energy is key to meeting development goals of being an industrialized and middle-income country by 2030. Energy is one of the key enablers of economic growth and powers socio-economic activities such as industrial, agricultural, commercial, social institutions, and households. That is why the government constantly reviews its regulatory framework, hence transformation witnessed over the past 20 years. We had the Electricity Regulatory Board formed in 1988, which transformed to the Energy Regulatory Commission in 2006. The Energy Act 2019 and the Petroleum Act 2019 were enacted in response to calls to consolidate the laws relating to the energy and petroleum sectors. This also was done to promote other activities not covered well in the existing laws like upstream petroleum and coal regulation. The acts are expected to create an enabling environment for the government's Big Four agenda. Following enactment of the laws, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA was established as a successor to the Energy Regulatory Commission ERC. In addition to performing the functions of the defunct commission, EPRA will now regulate and supervise upstream petroleum operations. What should you expect of EPRA? Firstly, EPRA will continue to uphold its core values in service delivery by providing innovative regulatory services, ensuring transparency and accountability. Secondly, EPRA will endeavor to support protection of consumers and the environment, promote fair competition, stability and development of the energy sector. EPRA will be part of Kenya's growth agenda. EPRA ensuring sustainable energy and petroleum for the growth of our country.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. The authority has a vision to be a leading regulator driving sustainable and clean energy and petroleum for all, with a mission of enhancing lives by ensuring that there is sustainable, cost-efficient, quality energy and petroleum. EPRA is responsible for issuing licenses as well as formulating and overseeing compliance of regulations in the electricity, renewable energy, coal and petroleum subsectors, and performs compliance checks, investigates violation of codes, standards, and regulates the energy and petroleum sectors. The authority is mandated to undertake energy planning, energy pricing and competition analysis, regulatory research and policy analysis. EPRA also has its eyes trained on the benefits for the consumer by protecting energy consumers from unfair business practices and seeking to improve energy consumers' quality of life, as well as promoting transparency and harmony in consumer relations. Additionally, the authority investigates complaints against any energy service provider or against the authority and is responsible for the formulation of standards and codes of practice in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, is established under the Energy Act 2019 as the energy sector regulatory agency responsible for economic and technical regulation of electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors, as well as coal. EPRA issues licenses and permits to energy sector service providers, as well as enforcing compliance, investigation of complaints, and is responsible for setting electricity tariffs and fuel prices. EPRA is responsible for energy planning, competition analysis, regulatory research, and policy analysis that supports the growth of the sector and protects the consumer. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, acts as a lead agency in the review of environmental impact assessment (EIA) reports for proposed petroleum and LPG facilities, and does technical audits of licensed petroleum and LPG facilities, investigation of accidents involving petroleum products, and development of sector regulations, as well as participation in the development of sector standards, and finally, collection, collation, and analysis of petroleum statistics. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, undertakes the following functions in order to ensure proper regulation of the petroleum sector in Kenya: licensing of petroleum and LPG businesses and facilities, issuance of construction permits. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, develops regulations on renewable energy and energy efficiency, among them being to encourage the adoption of efficient electric appliances through enforcement of minimum energy performance standards for selected appliances, such as guiding the public on the efficiency of refrigerators, non-ducted air conditioners, compact fluorescent lamps, and self-ballast lamps during purchase using star-based energy labels, and enhancement of energy management practices in industrial, commercial, and institutional facilities through the support of EPRA-accredited energy auditors, energy managers, and energy service companies. It doesn't stop there. The authority protects the end users of solar photovoltaic components and systems from substandard products and ensures quality solar system installations by licensing solar installers and companies involved in the manufacture, importation, design, and installation of solar components and systems. For more information, visit our website www.epra.go.ke.
Hey, tena leo hakuna maji kwa hii tap jameni. Kwani hii ni plot gani kila siku hakuna maji? Huyu kayateka anatupima kili aje eh? Hiyo ni ujinga, mimi siwezi. Huyu kayateka anapewa pesa na landlord na anakula anasiba, anadhani sisi ni wajinga. Mama Njeri.
Obiara, nilikwambia uoe, wacha makelele ya kila siku. Ni nini una shida ukipiga kelele? Bibi ni kipenzi cha roho.
Wachana na mambo ya bibi, nimepata kuna maji kwa plot na sanga hata ya kukunywa hakuna.
Kwani wewe unateta maji? Hata stima sikubiri, hatujakuwa na stima.
Stima haijarudi?
Hata
maji pia hakuna?
Hakuna maji.
Kwani tunaishi wapi?
Tunaishi kwa shimo ya wanyama. Hii ni shimo ya wanyama, hizi stima ndupa.
Kwani huyu kiateka?
Hizi makamba zako nilikwambia ukate hata na huko. Ushaanza kwenda kufagia wewe. Si wapia huyu nitamchapa, mwambie.
Wacheni na mambo ya kapa wewe. Hivi tutaangalia baadaye, sawa? Kuna watu nakimbizana nao hapa.
Masaji hakuna, stima hakuna maji.
Ninajua hiyo.
Kiateka.
Unafaa kunaangalia hapa ni vile mtanilipa ile madeni mko na. Hello.
Madeni gani? Tulipe deni na hakuna stima, hakuna maji.
Pita watu na hafiki.
Kidogo na. Hello, Efra. Kuna watu na wanaogana. Hello.
Kiateka. Wacha kutupima kili bwana.
Najua fundi ni yeye.
Pigia huyo mtu wako atutengenezee stima bwana. Hakuna. Wacha tuite na yeye ndiye analipa.
Wewe utalipa. Si kamba, si kiateka.
Nani? Tumekuzoea na nani?
Nyinyi wote huku. Hello.
Hebu acha tutengeneze stima kwanza. Hiyo vita yenu postpone.
Hebu kuja hapa kwangu, kuna kitu unataka unitengenezee.
Hiyo ni ujinga hiyo. Mimi siwezani nayo.
Na usikae. Wewe na tumezoeana na wewe mambo mingi. Wewe ndio umenizoea.
Huyo mtu wako amefika wapi?
Anasema anakuja dakika 5 hapa.
Acha kuja tutengeneze stima bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga, tutakuwa tunafanya.
Kwani sisi ni wanyama tunaishi kwa giza, hakuna maji.
Tarehe moja titi.
Kuja. Kwa mzuri ulikuwa utengeneza hili. Huku tuna shida ya stima na ninataka utengeneze.
Sio ndio kazi yangu. Kwani hiyo ni kitu kubwa?
Kuja.
Mama Njeri, huyu ndio fundi.
Huyu ndiye fundi.
Sio. Hii ni kazi nimefanya mtu wangu. Haya, nani faster wewe.
Sawa, wacha niwaambie. Wameenda kwa wewe. Tokeni kwa stima nyinyi wewe.
Nakwambia hii kazi ya ufundi.
Utaweza kweli?
Kazi ya ufundi nilijua nikiwa kwa mimba. Kuja nikuonyesha nani. Saa zingine zipatikanangi. Unaona hii ya red. Hii ndio inaitagwa neutral. Alafu hii ya black. Si ya black. Hii ya red ndio unashikanisha na hii. Stima inawaka mara moja. Kwani tunashinda hapa? Niko na kitu kama kachuma. kakitu unaweza fix hapa.
Hello, hello.
Hapo unachukuaga, unakafungililia wapi? Unakafungililia hapa. Stima inawaka mara. Unaona sasa huyu angeenda kama sijafika hapa. Na niliwaambia mgoje mtu mwenye ako certified na EPRA. Si watu hivi Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Mtu yoyote ambayo ana handle mambo ya stima lazima akuwe certified electrician na watu wa EPRA. Huyu si.
Hello, testing. Ladies and gentlemen of Mombasa. Namsalimia tena. Salamu alaikum. Salamu alaikum Pandei. Karibuni sana kwa huu mkutano wetu. Natumai kwamba mmekuwa mkisikiza asubuhi kutoka mkurugenzi kuu wa EPRA, hivyo mpaka mkurugenzi kuu wa Kenya Power. Na kuna kitu kimoja ambacho mmeambiwa, na wacha nirudie tena. Leo ni siku yenyu. Leo ni siku ya nani? Leo ni siku yenyu. Tafadhali tuambie maoni, fungueni roho. Vile nasikia watu wakisema hapa na pale. Tafadhali tuambieni, toeni maoni yenu yote. Manake tukishatoka hapa hatutaki mlalamike kwamba hatukumsikiza. Leo ni siku ya mwisho kwa kufanya hii stakeholder engagement. Today is the last day. Today is the last stop in the long journey. As you've heard, tumekuwa Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nairobi, Garissa. Leo tunamalizia Mombasa. Na watu wa Mombasa tunasema kwamba mtoe maoni yenu yote. Ndivyo tukiondoka huku, tukuwe tumeandika, tukuwe tumeyasikiza sawa sawa. Msije mkalalamika kwamba hamkusikizwa. So we want to move to the next stage of the program, ladies and gentlemen. And I think without further ado, we want to start getting comments. Tunatumai kwamba mmesikiza presentation vizuri, mmesikia maombi ya Kenya Power. Kenya Power wanamuomba kitu kimoja, wanamuambia kwamba stima kutengenezwa si bure. Kutengeneza mitandao ya stima ina gharama. Wanamuomba kwa hivyo uwapatie nafasi waweze kupandisha bei kidogo, ndivyo wampatie stima nzuri miaka 20, 30, 40 itakapokuja. Tuko hapa na wenzangu wawili wa Kenya Power wako tayari kuanza kujibu maswali, na wenzangu pia kutoka EPRA. Meza hii na meza hii. So what I'd like to do, by a show of hands, I'd like to take comments from the audience. And I think tunaweza anza na pande hii. Kuna mtu ako na swali yote pande hii? Tunaweza anza na wewe mzee. Assistants please with the microphone. Akiuliza mwingine ajitayarishe. Twende hivyo pande hii kwanza, tuchukue kadhaa, tujibu, twende pande hiyo. Alafu tunajua kwamba kuna wenzetu wanataka kwenda msikitini kusali. Kwa hivyo hatutaki kumkalisha sana. Twende haraka, ndivyo tumalize masaa kama bado iko na sisi. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. First, I want to go straight to the point. I'm small scale. Engineer Rasam Timimi, and I'm from Kilifi. So first, I'm in small scale industry. I would like to mention about the small scale. Okay, so I'm talking about the small scale industry for me, which is in my domain. First, we used to have the categories domestic and small scale 1, small scale 2, commercial, industrial. This which we have seen repeated again, and my concern is the small scale. Why has it fall on the domestic? Why was it not considered? Because as we know, and clearly we know, in the whole world, the SMEs are the ones which are driving the economy. So I see the proposal is January 23 is 21.08, while the domestic is 21.68. So we are just there. So we need to be considered, because I can give you an example of what's happening now, because we are being charged 26.4. Commercials, small scale commercial per unit, 26.4, which is very high, and we used to pay 19 per unit, which is clearly from the other in 2022. So I'll just give you one example of which I mentioned, because we mainly receive our food and grains mainly from Tanzania and Uganda. So there is a case which I have it and it's still pending. I need to resolve it. Is that after the addition of the price of electricity, I asked the customer, I need to add 1 shilling per kilo. He said, okay. So if you want to add 1 shilling, this thing I get it from Tanzania, it's better I do it there, it's cheaper. So what it means, we are going to transfer our business mainly to neighboring countries. So what I feel we should look at the neighboring countries. What is the tariff in the neighboring countries before we raise? Because otherwise we are going to de-industrialize our country, because we'll have less work for industries, and we close most of the industries, small scale ones, I believe, even the other big ones. So this is one point to which it's coming. And I have to give an answer. So unless we change, otherwise I'll maybe lose this business and my workers will be idle. And I'm sure many people are having this problem. So this is one point. The other point is when I see about units, I see that you are talking about greater than 15,000 units, okay? But with this, more people are moving to renewable energies. So even you might have big industries where they don't consume a lot of electricity in future. So that means you'll have less 15,000, and I don't know how you are going to calculate this, the tariffs, because more people will go to solar. Yeah, so, and also people are going to better technology of motors, so you'll have less consumption of energy. So you might have a big industry but consuming very low. So also these are some of the issues you need to consider about the tariffs. That's all. These are the 2 questions which I wanted you to be clear, and you support the small scale SMEs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Tumeliandika, tuko tayari kujibu. Anybody else from this side? Anybody else with a question on the power tariff? Karibu. Our friend from the county. Come forward.
Maybe just to share briefly, looking at the proposed tariff on the presentation that has been made, what I can say is that this proposed tariff will in one way affect, will deter the investment in the country. Looking at the position of the energy sector, which is an enabler of the economy, when you increase the cost of electricity, it means you are increasing the cost of production. And our country is coming from, recessing from the COVID-19 effects. That means this country, we are not going to progress the way we are aiming to progress with these proposed tariffs. And that means we are going to have good documents taking us towards a bright future, but in real sense, the people of Kenya are going to struggle a lot. Nevertheless, our economy is revolving and so many things are changing. and we have to adjust to change. From the county, we are interested more on the street lighting program, because it is an area that has increased security in the urban and peri-urban centers within the county areas, and also it has spurred economic growth, because in a bigger scope, our people are able to do businesses all over during the late hours. And picking the adjustment or the increase of 4 shillings equal to 100%, I see that amount to be very high. And I will propose a minimum increase of maybe 1 shilling or 2 shilling, whereby we can talk of 8 shillings, 9 shillings, given that this is a public service that we are giving to our people. But the 4 shilling increase, I see it to be on the higher side. A request to the director, Kenya Power. We have been having a challenge on street lighting, because the county government, as much as we pay the bills, also there is the component of maintaining this infrastructure. Kenya Power have not been very active on the ground. So looking at the two costs, whereby we have to undertake maintenance for the infrastructure and the same time pay electricity bills, then you increase the tariff, I think you will be doubling the expenditure on our side. Maybe the component of operation and maintenance, if Kenya Power, you can take it wholesome and undertake the maintenance for the street lighting infrastructure, and the county government just pay the electricity bills. I think that could be an area whereby we can discuss further and see how best we can assist one another. But generally, the presentation has been good, and I think colleagues, you can comment and give your views further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are being a bit generous. We're still insisting on this side. If we could just get maybe one more comment question before we move along. But if we move along, we're not going to come back. Kwa hivyo kama kuna jambo linakuuma, tafadhali litoe saizi.
Yeah, poleni, naweza kuwa nilikuwa nimechelewa juu nimeingia tu saa hii. Nilikuwa na couples of questions ambazo zilikuwa naomba ni direct kwa Kenya Power. Here in Mombasa, we have the Mombasa Kenya Power people.
Your name and the place you're coming from, sir.
I'm sorry. Okay, my name is Hamisi, a director of Hakiki Enterprises, being a contractor in Mombasa. And I had a couple of questions, of which I wanted to direct to the Kenya Power guys. I might take long to represent my questions, but I'm sorry for that. Swali ya kwanza nilikuwa naomba kuuliza. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kinango, mahali natoka, na niko na issue mingi sana kuhusu Kenya Power. Issue ya kwanza, tumeambiwa hapa in the representation kwamba kuna hii kitu inaitwa OKOA, under OKOA Transformers Whatever Program. So tukiwa kule vijijini, sisi kama contractors, ziko transformer mingi sana zimelala bila kazi. Transformer imevutwa kwa kijiji, tumeweza kuweka maombi tuitumie, hiyo transformer imelala for years. I remember mimi naisimama hapa, kuna siku niliweka scheme na hiyo scheme ikapitishwa, and I can even give you the reference number of the scheme. Hiyo scheme imelala paka leo. Transformer imeanguka mara 2, imerudishwa pale vizuri na hakuna kazi inafanyiwa. If you can allow me to give you the transformer number, nitashukuru. Transformer number or the scheme number, I mean, is S22.
You don't have to do the details now. We can discuss them after.
Thank you.
We can
so
answer the question.
Another thing yenye nataka kuuliza, watu kule nje wanalalamika sana. We have been keeping, maybe making applications for stima. Kenya Power hawatujibu majibu. Mita hakuna almost 3 years. Sisi tunangangana na customers kuulizwa maswali na majibu hatuna. Kitu nyingine, sisi electro contractors hatuna kazi. Poles everywhere in Kwale County zina lie everywhere. Zimeanguka kila mahali. Sasa tunajiuliza hii harmonization yenye mlikuwa mnasema inapatikana pande gani kama sisi hatuna kazi, poles zinalala nje chini na simamishwi. The other thing I wanted to consider ni watu wa Kenya Power. Kama IPRA wanaweza kuorganize for forum like this, meeting stakeholders, so that tujaribu kuleta vitu zetu pamoja. Sisi contractors tumewekwa nje for years. Hakuna mikutano tunaitwa ili tueneze zile vitu zinapatikana kule nje ili hawa jamaa wajaribu kutusaidia. Hakuna. So harmonization hapa hakuna. Juu kama kuna tariffs or maybe kama kuna hizi namba walikuwa wanatueleza kwamba sijui star whatever na hawezi kutupatia informations. Mtu ameapply moto miaka 3, pesa yake uko nayo, hakuna interest anapata, hakuna program zozote. How do you think really naweza mjibu customer pale nje namna gani? You understand, boss? So lastly but not least, mimi mwenyewe nikisimama hapa niko na shaka na utendaji kazi wa Kenya Power, especially Kwale County. Kuna constant moja ningeomba ni raise. You would wish somebody from Mbita. Mbita is along 5 areas of Lungalunga. Somebody from Magombani. Mtu atembee kutoka Magombani ambao ni karibu 2,000 aende kwa ofisa Kenya Power Ukunda. Juu amekatiwa moto because of 500. Truly. Hiyo diversity tunasema tuna mbele, tunaenda au ni kugandamizana. Mtu ametoka Magombani Lungalunga aende Samburu. Mtu atoke Kinango aende Ukunda. Mtu atoke Kinango akuje Mombasa. Unakuja uliza kitu, unadewa 200 na umetumia 3,000 kwa tikiti. Ukifika pale unampata Mr. X anakuambia I'm sorry the system is not in position. Truly.
Sawa bwana Msinti.
The last point question. Sisi tunaomba leo, mimi kama contractor naomba hizi information zetu, hizi zangu ambazo nimezisema, tujue ni nani sasa tupate namba simu ya mtu kama Kenya Power guys wameshindwa kufanya kazi wa Kwale County. Zile transformer, okay, mimi I'm a licensed man. Na nimepata kumbukumbu leo naweza kuapply kwa IPRA nikapewa certificate ya kujifanyia kazi zangu mwenyewe. Kuleta moto kwa kijiji hiyo ni sawa. But the point is, kama hiyo Kenya Power ni solve whatever na inatufanya hivyo, tutaendelea kuangalia transformers zikiako kwa maplot asifanye kazi. Tukianza kufanya tempering, tunataka tupate namba leo, hawa jamaa wa Kenya Power na watu wa IPRA, tujue kama wanatufail, tuende kwa nani direct. Kwa sababu wananchi wanazidi kuumia. Asanteni.
Asante, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. We're going to start moving a bit. We're going to start moving a bit faster, but before we start moving a bit faster to the next questions, I'd like us to answer these very few, so that we can get a feel from the Kenya Power team. So we have a range of questions. There's one very important question that I think we faced in Nairobi as well, which is to do with small businesses, and if we increase, will we lose business to other countries? And I think there was also another number of questions that I will give the Kenya Power team to start. And just to finish up, in terms of matters safety, I'll invite our Director of Electricity and Renewable Energy. Amwelezee kwamba kama uko na shida ya safety ama kama unataka kujiandikisha kama mhandisi, namba gani utapiga EPRA, nani utaongea naye EPRA. So tuanze na Kenya Power kwanza, alafu tukuje kwa wenzangu wa EPRA. Kenya Power, karibuni.
Jambo tena.
Naona Kiswahili kimekuwa kingi. Sijui tutembee hiyo barabara ama tuchanganye. Tutembee na Kiswahili. Engineer, asante sana na karibu. Yale maswala ambayo umeleta sana sana mengi ni maoni kwa IPRA ili wakaweze kuconsider, na your concerns are real. They are our concerns. We realize that there are better technologies that are coming up, which more efficient equipment for consumption of electricity. Our experience has been, if people are able to reduce the cost of power by having more efficient equipment, they end up investing more and producing more. So having efficient equipment for production is a blessing to the country. And for us as Kenya Power, this is what we have noticed. When technologies become efficient, people invest more, they bring more equipment, they produce more, and the country ends up benefiting. And therefore, efficient and better motors are very welcome. The issue of people moving to renewable, I will also testify the same. When people are able to supplement their power and get cost saving, they move to more production. They don't go back. And therefore you find that, and I want to say this, there is space for everyone in this market. There are those who go to renewable and get in a bit of power. There are others who need power, and people will continue growing. We were having a conference for uptake of e-mobility, and we met a group that is having 2.5 customers on renewables in this country, who are having solar on solar lighting for lighting in their homes in the far plugged areas. And therefore it's a blessing to have all these technologies so that all the members of public who cannot be connected to the grid also get connected. Now, is Kenya Power, how we are adjusting to this change? I want to say that our commitment as KPLC is to give customers quality supply. We believe that if we give customers quality supply, they will be able to rely on electricity for production. Whether this is going to chase away investments, I want to say that this is a painful thing to do. And if you look on average, the power purchase cost is about 8 shillings. Power purchasing on average across all the machines, about 8 shillings. When you put in all the other things, it becomes a challenge to maintain the tariffs at some level. And therefore, it is good to look at the actual costs so that, again, we don't have a system that cannot sustain this country now and in the future. My brother from the county, he has also mentioned the issue of cost of production, the same as engineer. Street lighting, I think you have given your suggestion, which will also be considered amongst other suggestions. The other suggestion that you have made is that Kenya Power takes the aspect of maintenance. The street lighting that Kenya Power has been doing has been under the National Street Lighting Program. And Kenya Power has been implementing this project on behalf of the government. And the role of Kenya Power was to implement those projects and hand over to the county to maintain and pay the bills. But what happened is that a number of counties, either we are not ready or we are not able to do this, and Kenya Power has been occupying that space supported by the government depending on availability of resources.
The street lighting which Kenya Power has done, sometimes we come in and support. But ideally, those street lights belong to the county governments. But your suggestion is welcome and is an engagement that can be, a conversation that we can continue with going forward. But ideally, that is a support to the county governments by the national government. Kenya Power does not use its resources. Those resources belong to the government. And if Kenya Power was to get into that space, of course, we have to be supported by the national government in that space. But ideally, the counties are expected to do maintenance and at the same time pay the bills. I come to my friend Amisi, Akiki Enterprises, idle transformers. And allow me to start with the issue of idle transformers. Why do we have idle transformers? What happens is that the government of Kenya, through REREC, installs transformers in public institutions in the rural areas. And that transformer can connect one institution like an hospital or one school to bring electricity near to the people. And later, depending on availability of resources from the national government, Kenya Power is allocated funding also to maximize those transformers on behalf of the government, and those customers remain government customers under a program we call RES. So the money to maximize those transformers comes from the government, and those customers remain government customers. One thing I want to say is that there is commitment to ensure that all customers are connected to the grid. The fact that there is a transformer there, thank God, because it will be easier to connect the people in the neighborhood. There are many areas, people who are crying to have the transformers near them, so that maximization of those transformers become easier. And that is the thinking of bringing those transformers there. We may not be able to do, as a sector, we may not do everything at once. But I always say that when you see a transformer come near, know that electricity is almost coming. And the conversation that we should be having here is how do we maximize these transformers? The people, the KPLC team in Kilifi have no capacity to maximize that transformer. They have no money. They cannot do it unless funding is received. And therefore, even as we point a finger against them, those who understand how this program works is to know that they have to be facilitated. There is an issue of application, no meters. I want to agree that we have had a challenge of meters as KPLC. And the only good thing is we are at the tail end of that problem. We have some meters which are within the country and undergoing the testing. And we believe that we should be able to be back to clear the backlog of connections which we have. We have also initiated another procurement for additional meters so that we can have seamless flow of meters as an organization. Applications, once you get to our office and apply for power, you are supposed to leave with a reference. And with that reference, even using *977#, you can be able to check the position of that application. The issue of giving contractors work, it is very clear. We advertise in the publicly, and contractors apply. And those who are successful, they are given their areas of jurisdiction to work. We did that sometimes last year. We got a few contractors, we didn't get enough. And then later, we went back again And we are in the process of bringing contractors on board. And the contractors themselves have associations. They have means of engagement among themselves. So I want to request my brother to look for his colleagues in the Coast Province so that you can learn from them. Maybe, you know, if you remain alone in your corner, you are likely to get frustrated and you start blaming Kenya Power while your colleagues are working together, sharpening one another and helping one another to come on board. So we have a number of contractors working with us, even in Coast Province, and they have their leaders whom we engage. Once in a while, we call contractors in a particular region, and even some of our members from Central Office come and have a meeting with them to address their concerns. The Office of the Regional Manager is here. He also meets with his contractors so that they can be able to share their concerns, and at the same time, he also shares with them his expectations. And therefore, I will request my brother to look for his colleagues and get engaged at that level. He has mentioned the challenge of having scattered office in Kwale, the offices being far in Kwale. Opening offices for KPLC is a dynamic thing. We build offices based, we open offices depending on the need. And what happens is that if that suggestion is floated, we look at the need, we do cost-benefit analysis and make a decision. What kind of office we need to open. In some places, we only have an emergency office. In other places, we have emergency office and a customer service office. And as the area grows, we continue expanding and increasing the number of services which are offered in that office. So the representative of the regional manager is here, the acting regional manager is here. He will be able to pick those concerns, look at the number of customers in that area, and see whether we need to open an office. We are coming up with an initiative we are calling mobile offices, whereby when we realize that there are some areas where there is a need, we have a mobile office that travels especially on market days, so that when there is a market day here, we bring our mobile office there, we are able to address customer issues in that area, and then in the next market day, we can go to another place. So we'll look at which solution can be applicable in those places. We have tried the issue of mobile offices in Nairobi, and we have seen it is working. And here, where the need will be, we'll be able to go in that direction. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let me hand it over to Ipra. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Muli. I want to call my colleague, Dr. Engineer Okech, lakini kumbukeni kitu moja tafadhali. This is a forum to discuss tariffs. So najua mnataka kunungunika na ni haki yenyu, lakini tuomba tafadhali tuulize maswali kuhusu gharama ya stima kwanza. Kwa hayo mengine mmeambiwa kuna kituo cha customer service kuhudumia customer hapo nje. We can always discuss. But if you insist, pia tutakusikiza, lakini let's also save some time for the main agenda. Sawa people? Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you so much, Bwana Wilo Karanja. Na thank you so much watu wa Mombasa kukuja kwa wengi kwa kikao cha leo na kwa maswali mzuri nyinyi umetuweka mbele zetu. I'll talk about the safety aspect. It is very important that as we increase our electrification in this country, we also ensure that stima inakuja kwenyu si kuua wa Kenya lakini kupatia nyinyi huduma. So one thing I may say first is that when power reaches an area, we have got licensed electricians, we have got licensed solar PV technicians, and also licensed solar contractors, and also electrical contractors, like Bwana Amisi who talked there. Let us use these people to do wiring in our houses. Most of the safety issues we get in this country is due to people using those who have not been licensed by EPRA. And just to say briefly, before EPRA issues a license, we do what's called competency assessment. So the people whom we have licensed, and you can go to our website, I'll give you the website, you can get, like in your area, who are licensed people. These people will do for you quality work, and also they use the right quality materials, and also the right sizing of those materials. Because what causes safety issues where we have seen people being electrocuted, we have seen houses burning up, is because mtu alikuja kwako anasema yeye ni mtu wa stima, anatembea vile tunafanya hii car safe mtaani. We did that because as a sector we are concerned. We have a lot of issues of safety in houses, safety in factories, and safety in commercial premises, where so many Kenyans are losing their lives. Or so many Kenyans are getting fatal accidents. So what we want to do is that use our licensed people. They are responsible to us. The works they do also we check. And if they do the work which is not up to standards, then we know how to deal with them. But ukitumia mtu who is not licensed with us, we now refer you to the police because you cannot intervene. Next one is that get legal connections from Kenya Power. We have had issues where somebody comes to us, somebody has been electrocuted in a premise. If you go and check, you find that connection was first illegal. Those people who are telling you they can give you power cheaply by connecting you cheaply, please be wary of them, because they'll connect you, they'll not use the right materials, they'll not adhere to safety. There's something called earthing, which can protect if there's a problem in that kind of installation. They don't do those. So don't invite to yourself a time bomb in your house or a time bomb in your premise by using those. People are not licensed, getting connections we are not legal. The next thing is tampering with the meters and also even with the wiring, Kenya Power lighting circuits. Sometimes when power goes off, we see some people calling, they have what's called estate electrician. Kuja tutatua hii tabu, sivyo? And they tell you they know, but sometimes they don't know. They come and do something and they compromise your safety. Tafadhalini, kama ni pande ya Kenya Power, ita watu wa Kenya Power kuje watatua hiyo tabu. Don't try to call that estate electrician, aende juu ya miti huko, ajaribu kutatua hiyo tabu. Hiyo tatuletea shida. Kitu ingine pia is building below power lines, or what we call the well-lived trace. Tafadhalini, let's not build our houses or our premises below the power lines, because sometimes hiyo wires stima kianguka, ikikuangukia nyumba yako, uko kwa hatari, inaweza kuua mtu. Tafadhalini, let's not do that, because those are the safety issues we have. About our services, I think we have said we have got offices even here now in Mombasa. Our regional manager again is there, Mr. Patrick Kungu. If you have got an issue and we have an office, Mr. Kungu, where's our offices? Just tell them where our offices are. Just come. Okay, they are there. Yeah, our offices are there in Mombasa. So if you have got any issues, go to our offices. But also you can reach us through the call center number. You can take it down, 0709 336 000. Our call center number, I repeat, 0709 336 000. Or you can use 020 284 700. If you call those numbers, then we have got staffs during working hours who will listen to your problem and also direct it to the relevant officer to deal with it. The next, you can use also email. If you are an email, you can use info@epra.go.ke. If anytime you have a complaint which you want us to address as EPRA, to my email, the officer dedicated to that email address, the problem will be forwarded to the relevant staff to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Tumpigie makofi tena tafadhali. There was another question. I think we were saying that the street lighting tariff is too high. You've proposed a very high figure. So thank you for that observation. India metuleta huku leo to hear contrary views before we sit down and retreat and come up with a finding. So thank you for that feedback in terms of the street lighting. Tuendelee sasa. I think I had one question here.
Thank you. My name is James from Kilifi County. My question is there a specific tariff for the consumers who will be connected to the mini grids? For instance, for the COSAP projects, because Kilifi is one of the counties who will be benefiting from that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, James. We can come to this side. Anybody with a question?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Engineer Dia Mutonga. I'm a private consulting engineer from Nairobi. I've quite a number of issues in terms of tariff I'm going to talk about. First of all is from the tariffs you are raising, KPLC is trying to raise. This country is developing into a manufacturing country and all that, but it looks like as we go along, all our factories are closing. A lot of our countries are relocating to other countries, and they now become net importers. We don't have any countries, we don't have any factories manufacturing here. And you can see your big consumers are in the region of 4,000. We have a lot of domestic customers. They are not big consumers. So at the end of the day, we are losing a lot in terms of revenue. So why don't we increase our industrial consumers to that level? Because now we are losing. And the moment our products can't even be exported, where are we headed to? Now that spirals into, we don't have employment. We have a lot of graduates coming from our colleges. We train a lot of graduates every year. We have no employment. So a lot of these costs are going up. We are going to have even more unemployment. A lot of industries are going to close because of high costs of production. Now, on the other note, a lot of industries and consumers are moving to renewable energy. And as the Energy Act 2019 puts it, anybody can generate, and a lot of industries are moving in that direction. I don't know whether Kenya Power is factoring that they are losing customers at a big rate, or even their sales will have to come down. Because during the day, with things like solar, a lot of revenues will have to be lost. Now, from the presentation of the MD of KPLC, you have system losses running to 22%. I believe that's a very high percentage in terms of system losses in an electrical system. Now, as customers, I believe we are meant to foot that loss. A system has generated, we are meant to foot losses, yet we are not responsible for them as customers. We are still charged for that. And what is KPLC doing that to bring down their losses to an appreciable figure? Question number 4, we have a lot of thermal stations like now which come on peak. I believe these stations are high cost of power in this country. I believe they have long-term contracts which I think are running into about 25 years, whereby we cannot even control. The cost of fuel is very variable, so our cost of electricity cannot be, even the figures we are getting there are not the actual cost, because it will depend on the cost of fuel. So at the end of the day, we are going to be footing costs which we have no control over. Even all what was being given here will just be figures. Otherwise, the actual cost will actually be depending on the cost and the exchange rates of the dollars and things like those. Now, number 5, when you look at the electricity bills, we have people who are extracting money from consumers, people like Warma, EPRA, RIREC, REP. Let's talk first of all about Warma, Water Resources Management Authority. What value does it add to us as customers or in the generation of electricity? Nothing. Water passes through turbines, we don't extract. It just passes through the equipment, we put back the water into the system. So what costs do we have to pay this body? And yet now they want to come from 50 cents to 2 bob. Why? This is a government organization, is a government department. What cost does it add? Or what does it help us? Nothing. So it is a body which should be removed completely from the cost of electricity. Second, let me talk about EPRA. Although you are the ones hosting, we also have to beat you. EPRA is a government organization. They get costs from a customer. Why? You are funded by the exchequer to overlook the industry. So where are you taking this money to? Remove you from our bill. I don't see what you are doing with our cost of electricity. This is an unnecessary taxation. RIREC, this is just a department of KPLC or REP. At the connection cost we are having, the government has that cost. it's taxing us left, right, center. We still have to pay for this electricity cost. Is it really justified? I don't think so. This is an organization which can be, these works can be done at a lower cost. So I think a lot of these costs we are going to do, all what KPLC is giving us here, we are going to get much higher costs because everybody goes by percentages. The moment KPLC raises their cost by a certain percentage, these people also chip in as a percentage. Some of them are actually paid by the shilling per unit. So whenever that cost goes up, their cost goes up. So can we get the justification why these bodies have to put in, because they are some of the raisers of our cost of electricity. Now the other issue is, when you look at the cost of that electricity, KPLC might have raised it by a shilling, but we look like now, whenever you pay a prepaid unit, I normally buy 3,000 worth of unit. When I come down to the usage, I only get worth of 1,400. Where does the rest of it go to? Who are these people who take my money? If I'm only able to buy 1,400, so it means more than 50% of my money is lost. Are we able to, 60%, where does it go to? We cannot tell exactly where it goes to. So as a consumer and as an engineer in this business, we do a lot of work in terms of efficiency. We are not going to go anywhere. As long as every day we are talking about efficiency and taxes are, the government body is always adding taxes. We are not going to go anywhere. Now, on the other note, this is something to do with KPLC. Your responses to maintenance is very slow. I think in the early days, your organization in KPLC used to have things like emergency systems. We used to make follow-ups. Nowadays, nobody follows. You lose electricity, you keep on calling numbers left, right, and center. People keep on calling back left and center, and they're not sorting out anything. So your responses in terms of maintenance, operation and maintenance are down. And I think the other thing, let KPLC be run by engineers. Yeah? We used to have those systems run very efficiently. We are going down as we go. Now, the other case, I think, is it's just a question of the taxes. I think we need to look seriously at the tax input in terms of electricity. We are running ourselves out of business. The moment you increase our cost right now, across the board is just like fuel, all the costs will go up. All these bodies are going to toss us all those taxes. And what do you think is going to happen? We are going to lose business to our neighboring country. We are going to lose businesses to every other person. Hotels, manufacturing industries. We are going to lose people in industry who are employed, because the moment I feel that I can no longer pay your salaries to the level, I'll lay you off. I'll do the job myself. So as we go along, let's look at what we are doing to ourselves, even if it is justifiable. KPLC, can we reduce our losses? Can we reduce these thermal stations we are put on our systems which are necessary and bring down these costs? Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Thank you very much, Engineer. Those are very valuable questions. We appreciate questions like that. That's the reason why we're here today. Tumpigia Engineer makofi, ametuliza maswali mzuri. I'll come back to my KPLC brothers here. I think we had the first question was very specific. Sorry, just excuse me. I'm just going to break with protocol. This is a very comprehensive set of questions. So let's answer these ones first, and then we'll come back to the floor and get not just one, but many more. But let's deal with these ones conclusively. So I think we have a very specific question for COSAP. Then I think the rest went into tariffs and other issues. And then I'll also be asking Dr. Mutua to come and talk after, to talk about the taxes and talk about the tariffs. And I think we had conversations on systems, losses, and token breakdown. We had those conversations in Nairobi, so we can also repeat for the audience.
Thank you. Engineer, asante sana. My friend from Kilifi who has asked about whether there is a special tariff for COSAP. What happens is that when we do these isolated power stations and mini grids, the costs of generation of power in those places is very high. And therefore, if we were to charge the customers in those places at cost, it will end up being very expensive. And therefore, to be fair, they are normally put together with the other KPLC customers, and therefore they fall under those categories of domestic lifeline, domestic ordinary, small commercial lifeline, and small commercial ordinary. So there is no special tariff, because if we went that direction, it may not be favorable for those customers. It may not even be affordable. I come to the many questions that engineer has asked. Asante sana engineer. I think we may need to meet over a cup of tea. You have a lot that we may need to share. Pleasure to meet you today. This is a conversation we have to keep going. The first issue is on big consumers. Engineer say that we only have 4,000. There are 8,000, not 4,000. But again, we cannot boast of 8,000. We need many more, we agree. And these 8,000 customers out of 9 million give us more than 50% of our revenue. Engineer is saying there is no production going on in the country. I want to assure engineer that there is a lot of production in this country. There is a lot of, if you see 8,000 customers consuming more than a half of what 9 million customers are consuming, it is a sign that there is a lot of work going on. The number of applications of industrial customers that we are processing are quite a number, and that one is telling you that there is growth, and therefore we need to start thinking. The provocation that engineer is giving us to start thinking on how to maintain those customers. He has mentioned on the area of losses, and I want to confirm that in Kenya Power, there is a lot of focus on reduction of losses. And if you look at this tariff proposal, it is envisaging that our efficiency is expected to improve in the next 3 years. And that is why the amount proposed for January is at a higher level. And as the losses continue, as the system efficiency continue improving, we expect the benefit to be given back to customers. That is why we have some amount for January 2020 to 23, July 2023, July 2024, and July 2025. The issue of thermal stations. Why do we have these thermal stations in the first place? How did they come about? And this is an historical issue. You remember the serious rationing we had in the year 2000, 2003. And there was normally a program in the newspapers where every region was being told when they will be off for 8 hours, for 12 hours, depending on availability of power supply. And those who were there at that time, it was a very big challenge. And developing power plants to be able to take care of the demand in the country was a challenge. And that's when now the onboarding of the thermals came in. I remember manufacturers came and said, it is better to give us a slightly more expensive power than to give us darkness. And that is when now the thermals came in. And we have developed our generation from renewables. We have a lot of geothermal. We have wind. We have solar. We have the biomass. And what is happening is that by coincidence this year, or by bad luck this year, the hydrology has gone down. The dispatch on thermal would be much less if the water levels in Masinga could be high. You saw that our dispatch in a month from hydro is only 20%, simply because there is no water in the dams. What is helping us today? We are being helped by these thermos, or else we'll be rationing power in our country today. We've been supported by the thermos, we have been supported by power from Ethiopia, we have been supported by the wind. Now, when it comes to a place like Coast, we have a unique problem. Power comes from up country. By the time it gets here, the voltages are not good. And therefore, even when we have sufficient generation up country, we have to ensure that the people in Coast, their voltage levels are boosted so that they can also get quality supply. And therefore, we are forced to dispatch thermos in Coast, even when we have sufficient generation. But going forward, there are a number of initiatives that have been put in place. We expect a tracker to finish the 400 substation, the 400 to 220 substation at Mariakani, which we believe will boost the voltages there. They also have a project of doing STATCOMs for voltage stabilization, which is also going to assist us to win out the thermos. Are they necessary now? The answer is yes. They are needed now to support the network because the demand has been growing. Remember the curve I showed here? We have come from 1,800. Now we are 1,100, going to 2,200. And that kind of demand needs to be supported. And therefore, even as we complete these projects, if you we'll be able to win out thermal. If you look at our least cost power development plan, it is envisaging us to be able to exit the thermal and maybe move to gas as we totally exit we go to the renewables. The issue of the Warma, IPRA, the bodies, that one I think I can be allowed to that one is for IPRA, not mine. I have picked the issue of response by KPLC teams, by the one raised by engineer, so that we see where we need to improve. There is the issue of the breakdown of the bill. I think this is a conversation that has been there in the social media and with all of us. There's a lot of concern about the way the only a small amount goes to buy the tokens and the others are taxes. But we believe under this tariff review, some of these issues are going to be evened out even as IPRA considers inputs from all of us. And therefore, I believe this tariff review will be able to address that. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kenya Power team. I don't know if you saw in the presentation there was a bill, and I think they tried to take you through how it translates into tokens. There's an ongoing conversation about that, and as MD said, we shall be looking at that in the future. Now, we had some questions to do with the regulatory side, and I'd like to invite Dr. John Mutua to just address all those issues.
Thank you, Awero. Thank you, also MD. Maybe before I go to the HEPRA ones, I want to mention on COSAP, this Kenya Solar Scale-Up project. It is in 14 counties, you know, like Narok, Kwale, Kilifi, and the counties within the northern frontier. Of course, as the MD said, you know, you mentioned about off-grids, and the idea for COSAP is to ensure that Kenyans who are supplied through COSAP will also enjoy the same tariffs as the other customers connected to the grid. Because COSAP has been subsidized by government through grants from the World Bank, African Development Bank, and the European Bank and other partners. So just to confirm, the tariffs will be the same as the tariff KPSC customers are paying. That is a question from James. From Engineer Mutonga, the consulting engineer. Very good questions. The MD has answered most of them. Of course, like the issues of factories closing, we usually look at, we're also looking at, as we look at this tariff, we are looking at our neighbors. How are the tariffs? How do they finance their projects? Because the financing of projects may be different from our environment to the other countries. Some countries, normally they do subsidize even generation by investing in generation planting. In Kenya, we are doing 100%. Ketraco, for example, is financed by government. So the government is taking the cost of building the capital investments in transmission. So what we allow in the tariff, and that's why you see the component for Ketraco is 4%, is the O&M to maintain those lines. The same as for REREC. And going forward, the government is looking at recovering fully the O&M cost from the tariff, so that our tariffs are more cost reflective. Because again, when you're also competing with other countries, especially when it comes to special economic zones and these common tariffs for the regions, it is important you define your product so that then the market barriers and the competition within regions are not, do not arise. And that's why you find, even for example, Tanzania and Uganda, they will be forced also to sort of increase their tariffs so that they come at the same level. Because when you subsidize, you sort of advantage your side of the economy against the market. But those are things we are looking at. The issue of moving to renewable energy, I think KPLC was able to handle that. Of course, there has been a lot of increase in the interest of companies wanting to generate their own power through renewable energy. I think there is somebody who is online. So this is, although this is something that looks very bad for Kenya Power, sometimes I tend to think competition is also good, because also KPLC is competing with them. And what happened is that, solar is only for 7 hours. That is sometimes what we forget. Solar is available 7 hours or 24. So availability for solar, maybe between 20%. If the solar is very good, about 30%. So it means you still have to get 70% from KenGen. And also the variability of it is also critical. So, but I think KPLC, that is a challenge to you to be able to look at that. Issue of system losses, 22.4%. We agree with the engineer. It's been a problem that KPLC is looking at. They are working to reduce losses. And I can assure you in this tariff, we're also setting what we call a loss reduction path. And of course, taking into consideration, if we give you resources, what is it that you are doing? And for example, at the moment, the loss factors are 22.44%, but the actual losses KPLC recovers when the tariff is 19.9%. They don't recover the entire amount. They have to absorb some of these costs themselves. We don't allow them to pass on any cost above 19.9% to the customers. The issue of thermal power plants, MD mentioned about it, but just to say that, of course, we have revised our least cost power development plan. Now we have the 2022-2041, and the policy of government is to scale down on thermal power generation. And the government has not actually, since 2014, 2015, we have not licensed any new thermal power plants. And what is happening now is to actually decommission the ones that the PPAs come to an end. The PPAs are 20 years. Once the PPA time lapses, those projects are mainly, in most cases, are being decommissioned. And when they're decommissioned, they get out of the system, so they are no longer available to customers. What sometimes worries us a lot as a regulator is, for example, we get daily dispatch data. Yesterday, up to midnight, all the power that was used yesterday, only 10% came from hydropower. That is a major concern. If we didn't have these other capacities, like wind, like geothermal, like solar, we'll be suffering. In fact, what is supporting our system also, we are importing now power from Ethiopia. Yesterday, they were giving us about 9%. And that's why the implication and the impact from thermal, you have to look at the variability of the weather, because the rains have failed almost like the last 2 years. And I think going forward, I foresee a situation where the waters in Masinga are going to go down further, and before the setting of the wrong rains, then we have to be very wise. And sometimes we'll be forced even to run some of the thermal power plants to bridge the difference. The issue of pass-through costs, and especially Walma, you have also mentioned about the REEP, that is the Rural Education Program levy, and the EPRA levy. I can actually start with the EPRA. Regulators worldwide, and this is something that has proven, in order for regulators to be independent and impartial, you have to ring-fence, their revenues. Because whenever, for example, the government, if you allow the government to be allocating every year the amount the regulator requires, sometimes they'll keep on cutting it, and you find it compromises independence and the quality of regulation of the sectors. And that's why across the board, it's not only in Kenya, maybe perhaps in countries that are mature like the US, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission will have its own budget. But you see the autonomy level and the constitution empowerment in the US is a bit different. For them, the commission, for example, in the US, it has its own budget that is approved by the Congress. And that is a bit different from us because of the structure we have. We are still growing. But in most developing countries with the middle income level, it is important that the regulators have their stream. And actually for power, EPRA only get 3 cents out of, 3 cents. 3 cents is a bit, even when you look at, like if you pay 300 shillings, you find you can't even see it. It's a small component, but of course we have to appreciate it is still a cost. But this is something we have been discussing with the government to look at it. Now, the rural education program, 5%, and this 5% is on consumption, on the units. For example, if you consume 20 units, that 5% will be subjected to the 5 units, not the consumption in those 5 units, not the entire bill. So I think we also need to look at that, and it's important. It's a good program because this program was started in 1973, many years ago, but for a long time there was no impact. Now with the last mile connectivity program, we have increased connection from 2.3 million to 9.1 million. So many customers are able now to access power, and we transition them to cleaner fuels. So sometimes until we reach 100% connectivity, we may find that we still need to connect our rural communities, because we cannot have the cities of Nairobi, the cities of Mombasa, Kisumu. They are the only people who are enjoying 100% electrification, but somebody who is in Kwale, they don't have power. So that's why it's important. I think the levy will be with us for a while before we are able to achieve the universal access. The Walma levy, I agree with you, because the way Walma levies, or maybe its charges, I mean, there is a bit of a problem that we have been discussing, and we are also taking it up with the government and also with them, because, for example, when if you generate more than 1 megawatt of electricity from hydro, is when you are subjected to pay the Walma levy. But if you open water in Masinga, the same water goes to Gitaru. Again, you have to levy again for any unit that is generated, and then the water has not been diverted. And these are some of the things we'll be discussing even during this review, and we are taking your comments. And even you can make submission to us officially. I hope you can put it in writing, because it's always important. So we'll be looking at that. Maybe the other thing on looking the taxes, if I can comment, taxes, for example, is not a function of EPRA. But of course, EPRA is part of government, so we are one with the government. But the treasury, the national treasury, is the one that sets the fiscal policy of the government. And the VAT of 16%, VAT applies to almost everybody who is doing value addition to their services or to their production. So, and the principles of taxation are such that you don't want to have a discriminatory tax system. So the VAT, you find, it has to apply to all. Initially, we used to have even 12%. It was 12%. People are looking for 0% VAT. But I can tell you, with the size of government we have, and this one I speak as an economist, it's not easy to finance the kind of budget we have if we don't tax the citizens. Because again, we need roads, we need the street lights, we need the transmission systems in place. We need taxes. We need taxes to pay for the health care, for the education system and all that. So it's a conversation we may not be able to exhaust here, but it's something we need to have. But it's good that you have raised these issues. We take them as we receive the comments from the citizens. I think, Waweru, we can pick on the others as they come. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Engineer, again for the comprehensive questions. You can send us the brief in writing if you so wish, as we move forward in the process. So I see we're approaching the hour. I don't know if we can have 2 or 3 more before we start moving to the next phase. Somebody with a microphone, where's my... Okay, please proceed.
Hello, all. I have a question. KPLC wants to give quality services, but one challenge that is big with the deaf community is that...
Yeah, you didn't give us your name. The name? Did you give us the name?
My name is Kevin. KPLC wants to give quality services to the deaf, but the biggest challenge to us is that when there is a challenge at home with power and the transformer has fallen down, how do we communicate with the people there? If I'm going to be sending an email and I have internet connection and you don't respond to messages fast, and if I visit your office there in KPLC, there are no interpreters. So how do we communicate with them if there are no interpreters? When there is communication barrier with the deaf, it feels like we're being slaves. And we have reports, we file reports for the deafs from the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I have one there.
Okay, thank you. My name's Christopher Mtunga, customer and DC to CI1. My question is a proposal to the new tariff. If we can have the adjustment of off-peak from 2200 hours to at least 0800 hours, that will be good for us as customers. And then on the billing...
Sorry, just repeat, from 22?
At least an adjustment in the off-peak hours. It has remained just the same as it was, as customers would wish.
So it's 22 to 06?
Right now it's 22 to 00 and 00 to 6. If we can have it at least at 08, that is my proposal.
8 a.m.
Yeah. Okay. 8 p.m. No, 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah, a bit earlier. An adjustment on the off-peak hours.
Okay.
And then on the billing, if we can at least to keep KPLC on toes, if we can have a charge for unexplained power loss. So that anytime you have a power loss, if it is not repaired on time, on the bill you can get a discount or a reduction in the bill just because of the loss as customers. The other question is on EPRA. I wonder if they go around checking on what the installations which are being done around. For example, the installations which were being done by the last mile project, it was very poor. There was no consideration of earthing. It was just
if the lighting is there, if the power is connected, it's that. There was no safety aspect and the other thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Next, just to the right.
Good afternoon. Irene from African Cotton. My concern is about the surcharge due to power factor. At some point, we noticed in our factory, we've been having fluctuations. And anytime we have a fluctuation, you go to the powerhouse and you find that the power goes to up to 0.5, 0.6. And that is a great concern because we are supposed to be at least at 0.9. So after that, checking on our bills, we noticed that we've been having surcharges almost every other month. How is Kenya Power working on these? Because we check everything and all is okay. You'll find that we've not changed anything, but the following month, our power comes back to normal and there is no surcharge. So that is an issue of concern. Maybe Kenya Power could advise on this. And then the other question, there is Mr. Omar who was seated right here. During the morning session, he left me with these questions. And there is one here, he asks, why is Kenya Power spending more to buy power from the IPPs compared to that from KenGen? That is one question from him. And then the other one, he says, why is solar grid licensing by EPRA not encouraged? Energy purchase from solar is low, while there is huge potential. And then the other one, the other concern he has is about the solar energy. He says that there is he feels that the solar energy is not encouraged. If Kenya Power could partner with solar energy on maybe having cheap panels and batteries, and also make licensing cheap and fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Just to the front there.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenothia from the Nyumba Group. Nyumba Group is made up of standard rolling mills, corrugated sheets, corrugated in all its divisions, pickling, RSD, Mombasa Cement, and several others. We are spread out all over the tariff range, right from domestic up to the CI5. And the presentation here has affected us right across the board. We have also seen the presentation table that was presented, that is table number 3, and we believe that there is a column that is missing, and as far as this table is concerned. The current charges, the current tariff charges that are in operation today are not shown here. I think it was said that this was a temporary measure, but we cannot simply throw it under the rag. We have to take this into consideration. When it was actually implemented, nobody said that it was going to be there for 1 year or 2 years or whatever. So we took it upon ourselves that this was the tariff going forward, and things were going to either improve from there or remain the same. So now, if we take that current tariff values, current tariff charges that we are using today, for example, on the CI5, we were paying, and we are still paying today, 7 shillings and 60 cents on the CI5. It is now proposed on this document today that we are going to be paying 13 shillings on the CI5, 13 shillings and 90 cents. That is actually an increase of 82%, far from what we are being told that the increase is going to be either 20 or 30%. So this is actually a misrepresentation of the facts on the ground, kama vile watu wanasema kwa ground haya sio vile kulivyo. So this is not what it is. Yes? Yeah. What is the planning for that? What is the planning for that? Because price escalation is always escalating. As far as last year is concerned, KPLC actually declared profits. Yes? So in as far as we are concerned, KPLC has been managing their affairs even with the rates at which we are operating today. And we cannot understand why we need to increase the tariffs by such a big percentage. Yes? So we need an explanation to this. It was in public domain that KPLC actually made a profit, and it surprised most of us because in the past we have always been told that they have been making losses. But after the tariffs were lowered, KPLC made and reported profits. Now, in as far as the columns are concerned, it is indicated that the tariffs will be reducing year by year from January 2023 to 2025, as my colleague is asking here. We would like an explanation as to what is the driving force into a reduction of these tariffs. The other issue, of course, is the quality of power. At Mombasa Cement, we are at the far tail end of the 132 kV line from Rabai, and we are constantly suffering from voltage dips, surges, and all manner of things. We have complained and asked for explanations as to how this could be improved, but till date we have not received any assistance in as far as that is concerned. We would like to be told how this could be, how an improvement can be achieved for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinuthia. Could we have one or two more? We want to close the session now. As we said, toeni maoni, fungueni roho, tukishaondoka turudi. Kwa hivyo kama una swali uliza Said, kwa karibu kufunga. Asante.
Kwa majina naitwa Saidi Mwarua, ni mkaji wa Mombasa County, lakini ningeomba Bwana Power atufafanulie swala moja, kwa sababu kuna kitu ambacho sasa hivi tunaongea mambo ya price inaenda juu ya stima, lakini kuna kitu ambacho kinaendelea sahihi ambacho ni hatari zaidi. Price ya stima kupanda juu na price ya mtu kwenda kuangamia, ni ipi hatari zaidi? Hilo swali nataka Bwana Power atuambie, kwa sababu kuna bwana engineer alizungumza kuhusiana na mambo ya Kwale kule kwa hii rural power, ambapo hayo magongo yaliwekwa na hayajarudiwa mpaka leo. Hivi tunaongea mambo ya price kupanda ama tushukishio kidogo, lakini yale magongo yaliyowekwa kule mpaka dakika hii yameporomoka na hakuna chochote ambacho kinaendelea. Mvua ikinyesha ni hatari kwa wanyama na hata kwa watoto na tuseme kwa binadamu kwa ujumla. Kwa hilo ningeomba tukizungumzia mambo ya power kuendesha, na nashukuru maengineer walivyopendekeza na stakeholders wengine ambao wameongea. Nashukuru sana, lakini hilo jambo nataka Bwana Power asinitume kwenda kwa sijui kitengo gani niende nikahudumie, lakini hilo jambo la Kwale na moto lizungumziwe hapa tulisikie. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Natumai kwamba mkurugenzi mkuu alikuwa amejibu hiyo swali, lakini bado atakuja kuiongezea tena akirudi kwa sakafu. Natafuta swali moja la mwisho, manake tukishajibu tena turudi. Tunaenda to the next stage of the program. Kwa hivyo mkiulizwa na mtu yeyote mseme kwamba EPRA na Kenya Power walimpatia nafasi kila mtu tulitafuta mikono imenuliwa mpaka ikakosa, manake kila mtu ashaongea. So swali la mwisho alafu tufunge.
Thank you very much for what has been going on. My names are Benson Ouko. I'm an electrical engineer and a contractor. I deal with commercial, industrial works or power. Okay. Together with what my fellow colleagues have raised up, there is an issue that is affecting especially domestic. Having been traveling far and wide, especially within coast region, as far as security is concerned, the so-called last mile connection, there is a lot of danger, especially for the clients, the consumers. You go to some areas, you are called to go and attend to a problem. The kind of connections which have been done in those slums or those kind of premises, they are not done in the right way. The question to EPRA, I've come to realize most of those connections were connected without any wiring certificate. Are they really, the EPRA staff, are they really doing their job? In most cases, so many deaths have occurred, but because of the so-called illegal connection, the report that will go to the police is that somebody was found dead by the roadside. But the actual sense is that person was electrocuted, removed from there because of the complications that will arise that they were interfering with illegal connection. Second to that, another issue, when try to follow up when there is any fault, especially with the prepaid meters. You go to Kenya Power, they tell you, can you give us the meter number? So if you give the meter number, you are being told that meter number, when they check from the system, it is not meant for that area. And that is happening almost in all the places. Though it has been, this is now to the Kenya Power, it has been spoken of, but truly Kenya Power is one of the reputable organization that belongs to the state. It is a parastatal. And any other time, for so many years, the Kenya Power has been making profit. And it is a good profit. Please, please, whatever the good profit that is being made, consider the clients the same way fellow colleagues who have spoken. So many people, not just manufacturers, even small people who are doing small businesses like butchery, like making juice, they are closing their business because the tariff is high. Finally, there is the so-called estimated bill. This also goes to the Kenya Power. There is a lot of frustration that people do suffer. You get that the bill, like I have a case study, there is a bill which was less than 3,000. Then the bill comes. In case the previous bill is 19,000. If you check the units, it is not tallying up with the actual reading on the meter. If you visit the Kenya Power offices, you can walk there several times. You're being told, go and take a video of that meter. If you go, you get another officer. No, this, go again, go again. Please, please. What is happening, you Kenya Power people? One single day, I think, it forced the in charge at the electricity house was seated somewhere back, and he realized there was a problem. When the officer is sending a client rudely, I think the in charge is called Mr. Libese Eric. He just signaled the client, went in, and within 30 to 40 minutes, everything was settled. But in most cases, clients go away disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions and your concerns. I'm sure the Kenya Power team here with us is ready and willing to answer to your queries. What I want to do, I'm holding the assumption now that kila mtu ameridhika. Tulikuwa tushamaliza boss. Utasema haraka?
Yeah, my name is Douglas Nandwa. I'm from Mombasa. If you look at table 3, the retail tariffs, previously there's a proposal of increasing the tariffs, reducing the rate of units from 100 to 30. And especially I'm talking about the direct consumers. It will be fair to protect the domestic consumers because most of them, they don't have the business oriented, they are not in business. So I will propose that we just retain the bracket of 100 shillings. The consumption from 1 unit to 100 units just be retained instead of reducing to 30 units.
You want to maintain the lifeline at 100?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I want to do now is I'm going to first of all invite Acting MD to come and talk to us. I think there's quite a number of issues. I'd also like to identify 3 questions for Dr. Okech. Does EPRA check on installations under the last mile program? Second question is solar grid licensing not encouraged by EPRA? Why is EPRA not licensing new entrants into the solar market? What does EPRA have against these people? And the last one, just to maybe just give us an issue on the false follow-up and the meter not meant for area, just to give assurances on what EPRA does to make sure that there's quality service in terms of meters and billings. But the first answer, of course, goes to Kenya Power. Please come and address the questions, then we hand over to Dr. Okech.
I'll start with the question asked by Kevin about the issue of people with a service to people with disabilities in KPLC offices. And I want to confirm that we now have a policy guiding the organization on how to deal with people with disability. We have trained customer service employees on sign language. And as we talk now, in all our main offices, at least we have one person who can be able to communicate using sign language. And we will continue training more so that we can be able to take care of every segment of our customers. We have also looked at entrance to our offices to ensure that they are accessible to people with challenges. Even our own employees, we've been able to take care of them. Even if your department is on a higher floor, we make sure that you are accommodated where you can be able to access in case we have no lift. And we have also, even when a person with a disability is supposed to be served by a relatively senior officer, the senior officer is called from wherever they are, and they go down and serve them at their point of service. We get the challenge, Kelvin, and we'll be able to work more on that. There is a question on adjustment of time of use. I want to say that the proposed time of use is based on data, is based on the reality on the ground. What happens is that between 6:30 and around 9:30, that is the time we have peak demand. And at that time, almost every available generator is on, including even expensive electricity, thermal. Now, if we adjust peak to start at 8 in the evening, that is the time we are dispatching even the most expensive power. The thinking behind proposing the time of use is because from 10 o'clock upwards, up to around 6, that time we have a lot of idle capacity because the domestic have gone to sleep and most of the industries have slowed down. We want to encourage uptake of electricity at that time. And the only way we can encourage uptake of electricity at that time is by making electricity cheaper. It is at that time, because of lack of demand, we do curtailment in the geothermals because the steam cannot be stopped, so you have to release it. And that is the thinking behind proposing the time of use. And therefore, it beats the purpose because it has to be guided by what is happening on the ground. Nitaquote my friend ambao amesema vitu kwa ground ni tofauti. It will not be in agreement with what is happening on the ground. And therefore, the time proposed is the one which coincides with when the demand has gone down. There is an issue of compensation for outages. I think, IPRA, you can be able to handle that. I will come to the question by Irene on power fluctuation in cost. Even for us in KPLC, this is a great pain point. And this is something we are paying attention to. We have a number of projects that we are carrying out at KPLC. We are increasing capacity here in cost at 132 level, 33 level, and 11 kV. We are doing, we are increasing capacity at Baburi substation. We are doing additional lines into the island to ensure that we address the issue of quality of supply here in cost. The other thing that is now at a higher level, I think I talked about the projects that Ketraco is doing to ensure that we address the issue of quality of supply in cost. Cost province is, we acknowledge that we have a challenge, and once we are able to implement these projects, we believe your pain will be alleviated. The other thing that I want Irene raised was the issue of power factor surcharge. It is expected that customers take care of our factor from the lowest to the highest. But where you have a unique problem, where it is believed that your power factor has been caused by factors outside you, and it can be, because we have smart meters, we are able to see when your power factor went off and what was happening in your surrounding. It is possible to work together with a large power team, the team that focuses on large and industrial customers, and be able to flash out what this cost was all about. It is not because of a poor power factor, which is affecting the system. If it has been caused by voltage issues, that is something the large power team here in Coast can be able to handle. Then there are the questions asked by Irene on behalf of Omar. Why is Kenya Power spending money, a lot of money to buy power from IPPs? And I think this is something that we have handled. Electricity that is generated from thermos is quite expensive because it is generated from fuel, and therefore per kilowatt cost it is slightly higher. There are also other IPPs which are generating power using other means of generation, and they are recent. And their investments have not been fully amortized, and therefore you find that the cost is still high. When you come to KenGen, you realize that their plants are very old, and they have been able to recoup their investment. And the amount of money that they charge per kilowatt is very low, because it is only about the running cost. Even these other IPPs, once they fully recover their investments, the cost of their power will be able to come down. Somebody has asked about, and I am happy that Dr. Mutua has been able to speak into that. There are a number of thermal plants which have already been commissioned. Even the ones there's one whose contract is ending in June. We are not going to renew because the country is transitioning. Now I come to questions from my friend Kinuthia from Nyumba Group. And the first question was about the tariff regime of January 2022 to December 2022. That tariff had a beginning and a end. Right, we have already exited from that tariff. And that tariff was not based on science. It was based on contribution. It was based on subsidy. Kenya Power was told to contribute 7.8 billion. KenGen 3.5 billion. GDC 346 million. Ketraco 500 million. Then National Treasury 14 billion. So there was an external support of 26 billion. And since December, nobody is contributing that amount, because even the instruction to them was contribute from this time to this time. KenGen is not budgeting for that. Ketraco is not budgeting for that. Nobody is budgeting for that. And therefore, that was vacated. National Treasury is not budgeting for it because it was supposed to be for 1 year. Now, somebody said that last year Kenya Power made profit. I want to confirm, from January to July 2022, over that period, Kenya Power made a loss. It's only that from June 2021 to December 2021, there was a profit. And then the contribution from the government. It is the one which meant Kenya Power come up lot. If the government did not contribute, Kenya Power would have made a loss. That's the truth. So it was a subsidy from the government and the little that had been meant in the previous year. The issue of quality of supply and cost, Bwana Kinuthia, I agree, is an issue that we are paying attention to, and we believe we'll be able to get a solution, because every engineering problem has an engineering solution. and we'll be able to handle this. Said has talked about safety. This is for IPRA. I take this issue of Kwale seriously, and I think we need serious engagement on this. I've had a small chat with the regional manager, what is unique about Kwale. And what he is telling me is that our counterpart, REREC, have done a lot of projects. Some of the projects were abandoned before they were completed. Before they handed over to Kenya Power, some are not even commissioned. Some of the transformers installed are not commissioned. I will be engaging the MD IPRA so that we can have a joint team, the MD REREC, and we'll work together with IPRA, IPRA being the referee, so that, and I want Dr. Mutua to convene a meeting between us, so that we address the issue of Kwale, because it sounds to be unique. I don't know whether we have similar scenario in Kilifi, but I hear there is a challenge in Kwale that needs to be addressed. What happens is that if REREC does a project and it is not handed over to Kenya Power, even when the pole falls down, Kenya Power will not attend to it because the line has not been handed over to KPLC. But when the REREC finishes a project and there is joint commissioning between Kenya Power and the REREC, and the line is handed over to Kenya Power, when the pole falls down, Kenya Power will come and replace it. But if the line belongs to REREC, and that transfer has not taken place, we normally have a challenge, and that's why you have these problems. And therefore, we will have our two teams work together. They identify those projects. I know there is an amount of money that will be required to finish those projects. We will engage Ministry of Energy to see how much money we require so that we can be able to finalize those projects. Because money has gone into it, and we need value for that money. And therefore, I want to commit to my friends from Kwale that this is a matter that I have picked together with IPRA. We will loop in REREC so that we can be able to deal with this issue. Lastly, I think there's a question from Nandwa of Liveline. I think that one IPRA can handle. But I want to make a comment. It is when you have 0 to 100, what it means is that more than 90% of your customers are on Lifeline. That is a very dangerous way to run a business. When you have 90% of your customers being subsidized. Even some of the people who are on Lifeline, some of them are in this room. Wengine wamekuja Mombasa na ndege, and they are on Lifeline. Subsidy. I think we need to leave real hustlers on Lifeline. And those are 70%. Unajua tulikuwa mahasla, lakini Mungu ametufikisha pahali. Lazima tukubali. We are still hustling, lakini kuna pahali tumefi. Tuache wale wanahaso huku chini wapate hiyo support. And we are talking about 70% of the customers. To me, that's a good number. Let's leave 70%. Then let the other 30% of us pay the real cost of electricity, even as the ones down there are being subsidized. Thank you. Welcome, IPRA.
Thank you, MD. So nafikiri mmesikia kama uko na TV, radio, fridge, wewe si hustler. Utoke Lifeline, ulipe stima sawa sawa vile kunafaa. Dr. Okech, tafadhali.
Thank you. Sijajaribu Kiswahili. Let me go to English straight. Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'm very grateful to the interactions we have had with the coastal counties. I think we have gotten very good comments which will help us deal with this tariff application before us as EPRA, and I've got my board members here as well listening. I'll handle the question of quality of supply and compensation for the quality of supply and service. As EPRA, I think, first of all, let me start that our infrastructure for distribution, most of it is aging, and it requires a bit of investment so that we refurbish it so that the quality of supply improves. And that one came from what the MD of Kenya Power Lighting presented in their presentation. So that's why this tariff increase is good. But as EPRA, we have done a draft regulation on quality of supply, quality of service, and this regulation is in draft form. Currently, we are doing what's called regulatory impact assessment, because that's a requirement by the law. Before we can make a regulation, then you must do an impact assessment. When that regulation comes in, how does it impact in the economy? That will mean that Kenya Power must also up their games, and that's why maybe I'm happy that wherever we have gone around the country, most people are really complaining about this quality of supply and quality of service. And when we give Kenya Power Lighting revenue, we'll agree with them. And I think we can assure you as EPRA, we want customers to get value for the money. By the time we give Kenya Power Lighting a tariff, we'll agree with them on the indicators of quality. And we have done a study, we have come with benchmarks already. We'll agree with them here, this is where we are as a country. And because we are giving you this tariff, we want you to follow this path. At the end of the 3 years, you must be here. And we will be monitoring periodically. In fact, there are some data we require from them, and they are aware already. They'll be reporting to us that we are starting quality of supply here. We are this in the first year, we want to reach here. The second year here, and the third year will be here. So by the time now they come again to apply for a tariff after 3 years, those are the things we'll be discussing with them. So we are very much concerned. I know industry is suffering. When the power cannot help you do your production as you require, then I think that will not help us in the economy. So that one is something I can tell you, we are working on it. Likewise to losses. I think Nyamutunga raised it, and we didn't react to it. The losses are too high, and we cannot pass all of it to the consumers. Some of them are technical losses, some of them are commercial losses. The MD of Kenya Power talked about meters which were not there, so some customers were on direct supply. This is something we'll agree with them also. We'll agree we are starting losses at this time, and we have a very strict path of how we are to follow, that by the end of the 3 years, they must have reduced those losses comparable to other countries, which you have done a study on, and they are very much aware. So that's just to inform you. I'll go to about the solar power. I think solar power, let me just bring it into perspective, is where we have done very well as a country, Kenya. Not only solar, but also renewable energy. As we talk here, we are with the biggest solar power plant in almost East and Central Africa. Garissa Solar, 50 megawatts. Actually, it's already feeding into the grid. Apart from that, that is done by REREC, which is a government, G2G funding. But we have got others. We have got the Malindi Solar in the coastal region here. We have got Selenke in Eldoret, Sedet, Alten. All those are feeding to the grid. Total solar power plant we have, which are feeding to the grid, are 210 megawatts. Can we clap for ourselves as a country? We are doing very well. Compared to our neighbors, we are leading. Also in wind, actually wind, we also boast, we have got Lake Turkana wind, the biggest, I think almost in sub-Saharan Africa. 310 megawatts. They have been licensed, they are feeding to the grid. We have got Kipeto, 100 megawatts. So total wind, we have got 436. So we are doing better, and we are doing very well in the renewable energy. Apart from this, we have a lot of what we call captive power, that is for own use. We have license, and I think my board of directors here, we always take those license papers to them. We have licensed 260 megawatts of those captive, and we have got some which are pending processing for licensing. So we are doing very well. So my colleague who was making a comment that we don't promote solar, please, we are promoting, and we are making a commitment as EPRA. By the time you apply for your license, we'll give you a license after 60 days, after you meet requirements. Why I'm mentioning the requirement is we must be clear. We must protect our environment, isn't it? So we don't want projects which are done and don't have the environmental protection. Like, if you are bringing a solar power plant, how will you deal with the issues like battery disposals at the end of it, isn't it? We don't want them to contaminate our environment. And also the issues of safety and all that. So there are some requirements, they're already in our website, they are very detailed. If you meet all of them and we feel that if we license you, you will also operate within that framework, then we give you a license within 60 days. So do we reject it? We also reject them with reasons. So my colleague, maybe we can have a chat over lunch, then I'll tell you. I don't think they delay. Another question here about, for my colleague, the electrical engineer, about the connection to the last mile, wiring certificates. I think this is somewhere where we have really improved as a sector. As a sector regulator, initially you people, you know that you used to go to Kenya Power and Lighting, and by the time you apply for supply, you get somebody who is not licensed, and then by the time they finish doing it for you, you go to those back streets and you buy the licenses, isn't it? So here to make commercial year, we have said that cannot work. So the only people who can generate the computer certificates, commencement and computer certificates, are the only licensed electricians, and they are doing it from our EPRA portal. So we have a portal which is linked with KPLC, and the MD of KPLC can confirm that. So this was to make sure that we remove the issues of work which is being done scheduled there out, then people just go and buy those computer certificates at 500 bob in a shop, and then that was sanitizing work, which was unsafe. So those some of those improvements we have done. I know there are some issues of the last mile connectivity where some ready boards were made, that I'm aware, but also be our ambassadors. If you see any kind of work which is done scheduled, we have a lot of EPRA staff going around. Even the regional manager in Mombasa is aware. We do checking, but you cannot be everywhere. So give us the information. I gave you the number. Then if there's any suspicious work which has been done below the standards prescribed by us as EPRA, then we'll really take action on it. And we also work with Kenya Power to have the power, first of all, disconnected as we investigate and take the action. I think those are the ones. Make me welcome Dr. Putua. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Okech. Let's give Engineer a round of applause again. And also asanteni sana Kenya Power. I think you've done an amazing job today, and you've clarified all the issues. Tuambie asante tafadhali Kenya Power. Hata kama unatulipisha stima ni sawa. So I think we want to approach the end of our program. I want to invite Dr. John Mutua to give a wrap-up, to talk about everything we've discussed this morning, part of the afternoon as well. He's going to give a wrap-up. He'll invite board members, respectively, from EPRA and Kenya Power to speak. Thereafter, we shall close and go to lunch. So we thank you very much for listening. Dr. Mutua, karibu.
Thank you very much, Waweru. Let's appreciate Waweru. He has done very well. You know, sometimes moderating these meetings and then you are impartial is important, and it takes a lot of work. So I would like, first of all, to thank each one of you for listening to KPLC application, the proposals they have made to us, and also taking time to read the application and giving very good comments that we will be considering as we make the final decision. As we said from the beginning, the tariff decision has not been made. This is part of that process. Next week, we'll be meeting other organized groups. We'll be meeting the Kenya Association of Manufacturers as a stakeholder, because 60% of the power that is also generated is consumed by the manufacturers. So we have a meeting with them in Nairobi. We have other groups like the electric mobility, people who are moving into electric vehicles. Is a group that is coming up. They have also requested for a meeting, and we'll also be engaging other arms of government before we make a final determination of this application. So since morning, we have been able to hear the KPLC presentation from what they consider as revenues that will drive their business and be able to service and serve customers the best they can, given the standards that are laid out in the law, and also as a company that is responsible and which has to respond to the needs of the public. They have been able to make a case, and we hope the case that they have made and the comments that you have made will be very useful to our board members and us as management as we review this tariff to the completion. So on behalf of EPRA, the Director General is not here with us, really to appreciate and commend you for the good questions and the comments that have come from the Jumuiya ya Pwani, especially Mombasa, very good question from Kilifi. And I want to assure you that there's a question that had been raised by Benson Oko and the MD KPLC. I said that EPRA to convene a meeting between LEREC and KPLC as a referee and ensure that those issues that are being raised, not only in Kwale alone, but also in the other parts of the country, because all Kenyans need to be served in the best Kenya Power can do, and it's important that they give the quality of service across the country in a uniform way. So from here, we'll be now from next week we'll be retreating to do the final reviews, incorporating the comments that you have made on the KPLC proposal, and of course the board papers that we do. Be assured that the team that you see at the back, and also we have rapporteurs, we have been live streaming this on our channels in Facebook, in also YouTube, and also Zoom. All the comments, we will be looking at the videos again, just to ensure that we capture the way you have mentioned your question. We'll ensure that we do that. And all the other questions that have been raised across the country. So we'll incorporate your comments, and the tariff that you'll see being announced by the regulator at some point will be informed very clearly, and your comments and questions will have been considered. So just to appreciate you for that. Now, without much ado, I would like to invite one of the board members from Kenya Power. I don't know who is coming from KPLC. That is Engineer Albert Mugo. He can come so that he comes and says something, and then I will also invite our board member, Engineer Mwakule, who is also here, to also say something, and then we'll be blessed. Thank you very much. Karibu.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. I think I want to say that on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Kenya Power Lighting Company, that is represented here by 5 out of the 8 directors. I'm very, very happy, first of all, to thank EPRA, the board of EPRA, the management of EPRA, for the very professional way in which they have conducted this public consultation on the retail tariff application. I also want to thank the members of the public and different organizations who have come to this consultation. And I must confess that listening to the questions and comments that people have made today, I see, a very great concern and also a challenge to KPLC in terms of the provision of services that's so critical to the economy of this country and the way that power affects the lives of each one of us and every region in Kenya. We attended a similar forum in Nairobi on Wednesday, the whole day, and also to see this hall is packed here just attests to the fact that power is so important. And thank you for the many people who have raised very good comments, the engineers who have articulated the issues that they see very well, the members of the public and consumer groups. And I want to say on behalf of the board, and the members are here, that we as a board are here, first of all, to hear and to listen and to note the pain points that people have and also the good things that are happening. And we, as a board, will exercise our oversight role as management addresses these issues. And in that way, we are able to support management to execute the work that they have to do, so that first of all, we hear about the reliability of power. And I think everybody wants reliable power. We hear about the cost of power. We hear about the standards that are maintained when the networks are constructed. And because of what we are hearing, and because of when the management comes to the board to present issues on how they want to address this, I think then we are able to work together to make, and I believe that it can only be better, even as EPRA considers our application together with the various comments that people have made. We can commit as Kenya Power that we will do the best that we can. And I want to thank the acting managing director together with his team for the good job that they have done in making the case across of why KPLC needs a retail tariff application. So with that, just want to say thank you so much for being present in every way and for the contributions that you have made.
Thank you so much, Director Halbert. I was hoping before I hand over the microphone to our director at EPRA, Mombasa County was, you know, they are the host. They told me they were going to come. I don't know whether there is anybody from Mombasa County government. Okay, in the absence of that, I would like to invite our director just to come and give a vote of thanks and give his wisdom, words of wisdom as we close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. A vote of thanks is actually quite easy, although in this context it's particularly welcome. Kenya Power, thank you so much for being here and being so present. You know, you have explained very difficult issues to us and to the public, things that we have to consider, because if we don't, then we could be down a pretty difficult path. A few takeaways I got from the presentation from Kenya Power was there is room for all. I think there's been some talk of if you don't do this, you'll be replaced. But I think the MD has answered very well that there is room for everybody. And efficiency breeds more investment. I think that was a key takeaway that I took from the presentation. And much as he didn't use those words, I think he's saying it's not a zero-sum game. As in, we only have so much to share, and somebody takes 50%, the remaining 50% can only go to somebody else. If you take 70, it's only 30 remaining. Those are my words, but I think that is what he has been trying to say. So thank you very much. That you can have so many board members in a stakeholder meeting is, I think, something to show that they're very diligent in what they're doing. So thank you very much, Kenya Power, for that dedication and diligence. We've also heard from other stakeholders, the county governments. We've heard from Kilifi, we've heard from Kwale, we've heard from Mombasa. And I think the passion of serving the people at the county level definitely came out. There is no doubt that the concerns and the aspirations of the county governments were covered in this presentation. And I'm grateful, and thank you very much for being here and making such a strong case for that. The other players also, the manufacturers and other industry players, much as they've been driving the profit motive, but I think they also understand that it's not that alone. Sustainability, and I think this was covered by Kenya Power. I'll not mention any country names here, but it's not very difficult to see if you don't invest now, in 5-10 years' time, we could be in a situation of some of the countries near us who are doing some load shedding and crazy things which everybody's making noise about. If we don't make that connection, that we must invest now, even if it is a bit painful, we could save ourselves a lot of pain down the road. So the decisions being made here are not for tomorrow, are not the profit line of the next business cycle. It's about sustainability over a number of years, a generation, and so on. So Those who are driven mostly by profit motive, we understand. But the balance has to be there to make sure that it's also sustainable. It's not an excuse for going out of business. Nobody should ever take you there, but I think the balance is important. The other stakeholders I'd like to acknowledge are people with disabilities. You know, we can't leave. These are our brothers and sisters. These are our children. So taking care of them is also very, very, very important. I was talking to my colleague here about how amazing that exchange was between the two colleagues there. We saw hands moving and fingers moving, and somebody was telling us a story, you know. I was finding it amazing. My neighbor actually has a child, I believe, who has a disability. He understood perfectly well what was happening. I was the one who was out of the loop, not other people. So I think it's very important that we do that. There may be other stakeholders that I've not mentioned. Please bear in mind that we have you, and we will consider that. EPRA takes very seriously, the EPRA board takes very seriously these stakeholder investments. We put this management to task every 3 months or so, and sometimes earlier, on everything they present, for the simple reason that we know we cannot favor anybody. And all the facts must be on the table. And a lot of times we return papers back because they are not well thought out, they don't address the real issues, and so on. So again, for the EPRA management, I say thank you also for organizing this. It's all internal, I know, but I've seen how you do things, and I'm also quite happy. Also, let me say thank you to the county government of Mombasa for hosting us. We appreciate that they've enabled this to happen. And also for Pride In for providing us the services. Beyond that, thank you very much, and I'll leave that to the rest of that.
Thank you very much, Director, for those words of wisdom. So I think now we are closing the meeting because we have had the vote of thanks and everything. But if you have additional comments, I think we can be able to show. We have an email where you can send your comments and questions, and also we have our office in Kilindini Plaza, that is on 3rd floor. You can also submit those comments even in hard copy if you have them. So asanteni sana. I would like, because we started with a word of prayer, we can have a volunteer to also pray for us so that we can go for lunch. Lunch will be served on ground floor where we had the tea this morning. So asanteni sana, God bless you. A volunteer to pray for us, please. Muslim, yes, from the Muslim faith. You can have one of the elders just bless us.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أول الأولين ويا آخر الآخرين وأرحم المساكين يا ذي القوة المتين رب العرش العظيم. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. اللهم نسألك الخير هذا اليوم وخير ما بعده ونعوذ بك من شر هذا اليوم وشر ما بعده. اللهم نسألك الخير هذا اليوم وخير ما بعده ونعوذ بك من شر هذا اليوم وشر ما بعده. يا سميع يا الله يا مجيب يا الله يا الله بنا يا الله بنا ما يخص بحاتم عند الموت برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين يا أرحم الراحمين. فرج على المسلمين بفضل سبحان رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام وسلين والحمد لله.
The Energy Regulatory Commission is now the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. EPRA is established under the Energy Act 2019 and regulates electrical power, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors. EPRA's expanded mandate includes the regulation of upstream petroleum and coal. EPRA protects the interests of energy consumers and ensures that all players in the energy sector adhere to set business practices. We are here to facilitate access to sustainable energy for all. EPRA, quality energy, quality life. The Energy Regulatory Commission is now the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. EPRA is established under the Energy Act 2019 and regulates electrical power, renewable energy, and petroleum subsectors. EPRA's expanded mandate includes the regulation of upstream petroleum and coal. EPRA protects the interests of energy consumers and ensures that all players in the energy sector adhere to set business practices. We are here